All right, we're going to get started. Sorry for the little bit of delay tonight. There was a power failure today, and we're trying to get some materials copied for us. And thank you to the clerk for doing that. Thanks. Roll call, please. Well, actually, I'll call the City Council special meeting for August 30th, 2016 to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Haney?
Here.
Councilmember Clapp? Present. Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Here.
Mayor Blatz?
Here. And if Councilwoman Clapp could lead us in the pledge, please.
Follow me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everybody. We have a nice crowd here tonight, so I'm sure it's going to be a lively discussion. There isn't a spot on our agenda for public communications because it is a special meeting, but I'm going to make an exception to that and still have public comment. So the first speaker's card I have on public comment is Michael Shapiro.
Good evening, Council. This will be very brief. On behalf of the Ojai Water Trust, I have 3 books for each of you. If you've read them, I would urge you to pass them on. City staff and others, I'm sure. The first book you've heard of is by Charles Fishman, the best-selling author of the many books, investigative reporter for the New York Times. His book is called The Big Thirst: The Secret Life and Turbulent Future of Water. The next book is called The Ripple Effect: The Fate of Fresh Water in the 21st Century by Alex Prudhomme, an amazing overview of not just what's going on in this country, but globally. And finally, Let There Be Water, a fascinating book, Israel's Solution for a Water-Starved World by Seth Siegel. They're great reads. You might think, well, no pun intended, that they'd be very dry. But they are really lucid and exciting, and
Thank you.
Enjoy them.
Thank you very much.
I'll take those.
Just give them to Amber. And
There we go.
thank you, Michael. The next speaker's card I have is for Charlene Spretnak. Good job on that one.
I came in I'm Charlene Spretnak. I live at 48 Tarmina Lane with my husband. I came in a little toward the end because I thought I would speak toward the end. I just want to put a little bit of historical context into
Now,
this.
is this having to do with item number 1? Because
What is
you
item
checked
number
off public comment. So if it has to do with Taormina, I'm going to ask you to hold off, and I'll put you in the stack for
Wonderful. No.
Taormina.
Uncheck
Thank
that
you.
box. Thank you.
Thank you. Eve Venturi. Okay, that's also item 1. And Elaine Nedham. Okay. All right, the first item on our agenda tonight is a public hearing with regard to the Historic District for Taormina, but we have one urgent matter that we have to take up first. It's item number 3, and I'm not anticipating it's going to take us very long. This is item 3 is a consideration of open letter to Lake Casitas Municipal Water District requesting participation in ongoing state water project connection analysis. Mr. McClary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've put this on the agenda as directed at the request of the mayor and council members. This is a draft letter that was put together by a couple members of the council. Actually, I should take that back. I'm not exactly sure who worked on the draft letter. However, it is before you tonight for your consideration. In essence, we are looking to see if the council would like to support sending a letter to the Board of Directors of Lake Casitas Municipal Water District urging some participation in the state water project.
And I take it that this would be an official letter from the city of Ojai?
Yes, it would. We'd be looking for some direction on if you would like that to come from the mayor or city manager. I'm assuming you want it to come from the mayor.
Okay.
But correct, if council approves it, we would put it on city letterhead and send it out.
Okay. Any comments or questions by the council?
Yes, I drafted this along with Councilman Haney, and I want to make it very clear. This is a request to participate in analysis to gain information. It is not exactly, as was stated, a desire to participate in the state water project per se. It's asking that we make sure that the valley's interests are considered in the analysis which just started by the city of Ventura, to make sure that our interests are included in this connection, so that we have at least study the possibility and get information suitable for a smart decision about whether water that we've all been paying for years, we might have the option of taking delivery on. I want to make that clear.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Councilwoman Clapp.
This landed on the dais, 3 minutes ago. I haven't had a chance to even think about it, discuss it with anyone, communicate with anybody within the other organizations about any of it. So I think it's premature. I would love to see it come back at our next meeting after I've had the opportunity to really review exactly what participation means. And so I just think that it is not urgent, because we're not immediately going to be connecting or having, this is not an urgent item. This I think just is, it's not right to put this before a city council member 30 seconds before a council meeting and ask them to vote on it. It's inappropriate, and it's not an emergency. It's not a health and safety emergency.
Wasn't this posted Monday?
The agenda was amended yesterday. This is done under the rule in the Brown Act that a special meeting's agenda can be amended up to 24 hours in advance. I can't speak to when the council received it, but just for clarity's sake, this isn't structured as an emergency item under the Brown Act, but that doesn't answer the other
That's why I
question.
think that it's not really appropriate, and also my internet has been down since this morning.
let me-
So I have the floor, thank you.
Well, I know,
And
I actually had the floor. I was questioning.
Hold on. Any other comments by the?
I would just like if the Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick and Randy and Councilmember Haney to explain the letter. I think it's fairly simple. I don't think we're asking for a lot. I
I don't know
actually
what
like.
I don't know what it's asking for, and all I'm saying is that, why is it possible we could go ahead and wait and put it on next week's agenda and have the opportunity, give me the opportunity to go home and think about it. We have a large meeting tonight, a big agenda. That's what I've been focusing my attention on, and I think it's only fair when I'm being asked to vote about something as critical as water issues that I have the opportunity to review the item and give it some thought. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay. It is a discussion item, so I'm going to ask for input from the public. I do have 3 speakers cards, and then we'll bring it back to council for further discussion. The first one is Angelo Spadrillo. Hey, Angelo.
Hi, it's Spandrio.
Spanvios.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
As I mentioned last meeting when I was here, I moved to Ojai in 1970 and fell in love with Ojai at that time and have been in love ever since. We're now faced with the most critical water shortage we've ever experienced in Ojai. Extreme conservation efforts are ramping up, and that's a good and needed thing. I dare say that there is no one that is more concerned about our water than those of us in this room tonight. Conservation, however, will not be enough if this historic lack of rainfall continues. New supplies of water must be found, and found quickly. As Councilman Wyrick mentioned, there's an effort that has just started in the city of Ventura to connect their water system to the state water project via a Callegas connection that exists near Somas. This is a critically needed connection. Even more critically needed is to make certain that the interests of the Ojai Valley can also be served by this connection, as this open letter that you have on the agenda tonight so thoroughly states. The letter is extremely comprehensive, extremely well done, and I think really covers the interests that we need covered in the Ojai Valley. This letter says what needs to be said to give the Ojai Valley its best chance of survival. And I truly believe we're coming down to a survival state with water. So I urge the City Council to approve the forwarding of this letter as soon as possible to the Casitas Municipal Water District Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Beam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council and the audience. As you know, I lived in San Diego till about 14 years ago, and during that time period, San Diego had a critical situation involving water, not unlike Ojai, except it had 6 million people. It had no assured water of its own. The water came through basically through the Metropolitan Water District pipeline from LA, and basically was dispersed thereafter. It did not have adequate storage or what have you. The cities of San Diego County collectively put together a reservoir system and negotiated an agreement with the Imperial Irrigation District, which got water from the Colorado River, to improve their utilization of water with a net environmental savings of avoiding wasted water, to allow that water to come into San Diego County. That's a fact on the ground right now, and San Diego County, as we know it, would not exist. None of the cities would. During the interim period, they found the necessity to do things like build a $200 or $300 million desal plant to provide water. This provides an opportunity. This opportunity is a moving target right now. The city's interest in the potential, there's no agreement, but rather the potential for working together on these matters is of critical importance to Ojai. It never hurts to talk, it never hurts to investigate, it never hurts to look into the options, and I'm not by any means suggesting that environmental considerations be put aside. My recommendation is this letter, or at least the substantive parts of the letter which are found on the second page, be, if not given to the board, or at least authorize a member of the council to express the concern of the council about how Ojai fits into this overall need for water and overall need for water storage. We don't exist in a vacuum, and yet we have a huge reservoir next to us, big part of which is going to Ventura. And I love it every time I go down the 33, I look up on the hillside, and what do I see? Orchards planted, right? No sense that that's being water-wise or what have you. So these issues can and have come together, including environmental considerations, in major metropolitan areas as well as small towns. We need to be involved in this. I strongly suggest that a letter of this type be sent forward, as terse as it needs to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Jeff Lee? Jeff? Is that Lee?
Yeah, Jeff Lee.
Yeah. No?
He said-
Anybody
he
see
stated
him?
he'd He stated he'd pass.
Oh, he passed, okay. All right. Anybody else wanting to address us on this letter? Yes, Bill Miley.
Good evening, Bill Miley. I live on North Signal Street. The first year we were here was 1968. The second year was 1969, and it rained 50 inches. All the approaches to all the bridges were washed out. We had more water than we wanted. We should have saved some of it. When Mr. Haney, when Councilman Haney introduced the expert person who spoke at the last council meeting, I was really impressed by what he said, and I wrote council members and expressed my opinion that if Casitas had been buying their 5,000 acre feet every year for the last 20 years, we would have an 80% full lake right now. And that just really struck me very importantly. And so I haven't read the letter, and I couldn't load the city on my iPad right now, so I can't read it, but I trust what you guys are doing and what you folks are doing. Guys is neutral, by the way. So I would support sending the letter to get involved, to discuss, to urge Casitas Board to move ahead now, not next week and not next 2 weeks and such, and trust that you're doing a good job and you're not nefarious. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else wanting to address us? No? Well, then I'll bring it back to council for further discussion. And I've got a question that kind of piggybacks onto Councilwoman Clapp's concern. What is the urgency that we have to take care of this tonight? Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
The urgency is that a study has been launched. That's the new information I came across this last week. And the scope of the study needs to include this valley's interests. Now, am I going to say that there's going to be a difference for 1 week? I can't say that. But what I can say, and has already been heard, is that we're running out of time, and we need to have a seat at the table to make sure that all the aspects that need to be considered are being considered. And I'm nervous about letting something go down the road even 1 week further without our communicating our concern to the Casitas district, and for them to consider at least starting to talk about, and I hope they would start to talk with the City of Ventura, the Calegas Water District, United Water District, about looking at this as a joint effort as soon as possible. That's how I feel about it, but I understand the issue of we had a problem with this being circulated the way it should have been.
Okay.
So,
Councilman Haney?
So the only thing I have to add to it is every day that we go without thinking of a way to replenish our reservoir is another day that reservoir is going to be emptied. It's just that simple. It's not coming in, it's all leaving. So right now, the Casitas Water District has set up a committee to review 18 different ways that they might think about saving some type of water through some type of rationing or some type of 18 different ways of stalling the ability for them to think about replenishing the lake. One of those, and I think it was number 18 on the list, was actually talking to people regarding the State Water District, or the State Water Project. So the urgency is the fact that they already have a study, they've already allocated $25,000, and they're already moving forward on that. We need to piggyback on, and we need to get them on board as soon as possible regarding talking to the people at Calegas, talking to the City of Ventura, and participating in the study and feasibility of connecting this pipe and bringing it west to the West Ventura city line. So the urgency is that every day that we wait, a couple more gallons of water leave our lake. Every day that we take an action, every day that we enact something, we're going to create some pressure, we're going to create some momentum, and we're going to create an opportunity. So that's the urgency behind it.
Okay. Councilman Lara?
I've read the letter, and I think it's fairly simple. It's well-crafted. I think that in terms of urgency, you could probably wait a week, but at the same time, it's better to get this information out right away, because it's not asking much, just asking for information, just like Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick stated at the beginning. And I would be for sending it out today, or approving it today. Or unless we want to give Councilmember Clapp an opportunity to read it, but I think it's well-crafted. I think you guys did a really good job.
Councilwoman Clapp, any further comments?
Water's a very emotional issue right now. I can understand people's sense of panic every time you drive by the lake, but this is a procedural issue. If any council member here in this kind of situation with their computer down because of the power outage was not able to read an item brought before them to vote on when we're taking an action to ask another agency to engage us in their deliberations or whatever, it's not appropriate to expect, if it's not an emergency, it's not appropriate not to allow any one of you the opportunity to review it first. All I'm asking, and I think it's a respectful thing to do, is to put it on the agenda for next week, so I have the opportunity. I haven't even seen this letter. I don't know what this letter says, and to ask me to vote on something I have not even read, the public hasn't had the opportunity to read. This meeting was supposed to be for the Taramina issue. We added another water issue on. Now we've added another water issue on top of it. It's not an emergency. This is not going to happen tomorrow. It's not. So it just is, to me, only reasonable to postpone a vote on it until next week. That's 7 days. And 2 of those are weekend, and there is no pipeline going to be built, no rain's going to fall from the sky for the next week, and that's all I'm asking is for that consideration.
I'm gonna call for a vote, but let me tell you, my thought process is on it. I don't think we do have an emergency that has to be done tonight. If I'm gonna sign this letter, I want to make sure we've got a unanimous council asking that this letter be sent. I think he comes forward with a lot more strength if it's a unanimous vote, and I don't believe tonight we're going to have Councilwoman Clapp vote in favor of it. So I would request my colleagues to allow us one more week so that Councilwoman Clapp can review the letter. Perhaps we can get some people in the audience or in the public to review it. I'm going to ask for a motion, and yes.
Sorry, just a point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, the next regular meeting would be in 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay. I don't think the sense of urgency even matters for 2 weeks. So I will entertain a motion. I intend to vote no, and I'll take a motion.
Well, I was going to make a motion to then postpone or table this item to September 13th.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. Any further discussion?
Well, I'd just like to clarify for Mrs. Clapp what we're asking to do. First of all, we don't sit on the Casitas Water District Board. We're asking them to act on our behalf. So we just need to understand that. And we can ask through the council, and we can ask for ourselves. So whether we get a vote tonight up and down, yes or no, we're going to still proceed with this, and we're still going to go to the Casitas Water District Board, and we're still going to pursue this one way or the other.
Okay. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Clapp?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
No.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes. All right. Now we will get back to our public hearing, which is proposal to establish a historic district for the Taramina community. And we have a lot of speakers cards tonight. I didn't count them, but just from future reference, there's probably close to 30 at 3 minutes apiece. That's an hour and a half of speakers cards. We've got a lot of other information that needs to be imparted to us. So I would just request that when we get to the point where we're asking for public input, if you could please stick to the 3 minutes or less, that would be greatly appreciated. Sometimes with a crowd this size, we even reduce it to 2, but I'm not going to do that tonight. But if you are just going to repeat something that somebody has said in front of you, you can simply come up and say, I agree with the fact that it should be a historic district, or I don't. If you have something new to say, then you're certainly welcome to take the full 3 minutes. So with this, I'm going to ask Mr. McClary for the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Kathleen Wold, our Community Development Director. Ms. Wold?
Good evening. I'm going to try to make this very brief. So in recognition of the large amount of public speakers we have, and just hit the highlights of the staff report. So before you tonight, we did have materials come in after the staff report was prepared for you, those some extra items on the dais here. I will say that the most important thing is the vote. I'm sure you're interested in that. And so we were just before we came in here making sure that these kind of flexibility and fluidity that we've had on the citizenry signing, yes, they support it, or no, they don't, that we have then adjusted the numbers, and they still exceed the 51%. So that was done just before we walked in tonight. And so with that, I will just say that in your report to council, prepared for council tonight, that we do acknowledge that this project went before the Historic Preservation Commission August 14, 2016, and then adopted a resolution recommending the City Council approve the establishment of the Historic District for the Taormina community. Then inside the staff report, there are the criteria that we need to make, that the council will need to make the finding to adopt a historic district. And also in the report is the criterion that the HPC found, and I'll read those. And there is criteria A, that the Taormina community represents a significant aspect of religious and spiritual development in Ojai, particularly as it relates to the Crotona Institute and the Theosophical movement. And that Taormina's founder, Ruth Wilson, worked with numerous individuals in the Theosophical Society in the Ojai Valley for extended time to realize a vision of a theosophically based retirement community. And the third one, with the exception of 2 newer homes, the other homes in the proposed district were built consistent with the original architectural concept with the community and for the community, and principally consisting of architectural elements of the French Norman architectural style, notably roof structure elements. And finally, the majority of the original homes retain elements of the French Norman architectural elements. You will see in the packet that staff has prepared the object records. We're trying to be very clear and clean when this comes to what goes years in the future, so people know exactly what was done. So object records do try to detail exactly what is being, if the council were to decide to make this historic district, those particular elements that are then subject of that. And so it's the lights, the roof lines, the gable ends, the records, shutters, and landscaping types, and then finally a color palette in the back. So we hope that it's really specific and very clear. The point in doing that is to be very specific about those things that are protected under the district, to then make it very clear for planners and people and homeowners that are proposing any time of development in the future, what things aren't subject to the regulation. So with that, I think that just kind of hits the highlights without going into too much detail. It looks like there's a big presentation on what the district is and how it came to be, and I don't want to be redundant, so unless you have questions for me, then I will just conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions of Kathleen?
Very quick question, hopefully a quick answer on page, attachment A, page 4 of 6 and 5 of 6, which is 1-12 and 1-13 in our packet. Architectural standards further detailed in Exhibit A, objects of record attached and incorporated herein by reference. My general question is, these, if adopted, these standards are completely separate and in no way override or conflict or have any effect on the existing CC&Rs. Is that a correct statement?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay.
And that you know, the city is not in charge of enforcement of CC&Rs, so,
Right.
yeah.
There's no implied override or any, there's no if in conflict, one thing
No.
prevails or anything like that. They're completely independent.
Correct. The city will be in charge of enforcement of the district and the character defining elements that make it a district. We have no jurisdiction over CC&Rs, but they're not, as I know, correct, Matt? You looked at them. They're not in conflict in any way.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Summers. Mr. Summers, just so it's clear, the area, regardless of its designation, has to follow the code in terms of its building standards. The CC&Rs can be more restrictive, but they can't be less restrictive than the code, correct?
Yes, CC&Rs can require something above and beyond what the code requires. Commonly, it would be architectural standards or maintenance standards or property type styles that are more restrictive than what the city requires.
Okay.
But they, the key there, if I could go one sentence further, is CC&Rs are never enforced by the city. That's a civil matter enforced as a civil contract.
Okay, now, is there anything if this area was to be designated as a historic district, would the historic district designation become more restrictive than some of the CC&Rs?
To staff's understanding, the historic district would be not more restrictive than the CC&Rs, but would also not conflict. I think it'd be about the same, is my understanding.
Okay.
But if there is in any case any conflict, then the city's code trumps the CC&Rs. And in any civil lawsuit trying to enforce the CC&Rs, the defense is always impossibility, as you're compelled by law to do something else. I don't think, and from Ms. Wold's review of the materials, at the present moment, staff's position is that a person can comply with both the CC&Rs and these proposed architectural standards. There is no presently understood conflict.
Okay. And then my next question is, this comes before us, yet it's been approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. What is the vehicle that is it coming to hear us de novo on an appeal? Is it an objection to the actions of the commission?
Neither. It is coming to you as a final action item. The HPC's action that it took as a recommendation or a nomination to you, and the council has to decide whether to confirm that and adopt an ordinance tonight, introduce the next meeting, adopt an ordinance approving the proposed designation. It's not a appeal or an objection to the HPC's action. The HPC was a recommendation.
Okay. And does the HPC recommendation have any overriding consideration to us, other than a recommendation?
No. With that respect, the council has the power to make a new decision. So in that regard, it is de novo.
Okay.
But it's not so de novo that you ignore the HPC's decision.
Okay. Then I have, I get it in my own mind exactly what we're looking at. In reviewing everything that's been presented in our packet, it seems to me that there's three areas that we need to be concerned with. The first one is this area legitimately designated as does it meet the criteria to be a historic district? Is that correct? That's something that we need
Yes.
to decide tonight?
That is correct.
Okay. Then the second one is, was a vote taken in which a majority of some population, whether it be residents or property owners or landowners or whatever that is, was that taken consistent with law and were assured the certification of that vote is correct?
Yes, with one caveat. The caveat is that it's not a vote. A vote implies that you survey a full population and ask all individuals, what is your preference, up or down, the way an election is run, or a Prop 218 assessment process. Instead, in this case, the code sets up two independent tests, both of which are structured as evidence of support. In other words, the applicants at the time of the HPC hearing and tonight have to show that at least 51% of the property owners support the proposed designation in writing with evidence thereto. At the same time, the opponents have the right to submit a written protest. If so, to be sufficient, they have to submit written protests from, again, at least 51% of property owners who are opposed to the district. In neither case is the city, nor staff, nor anyone else expected to survey all property owners to ask them all. Rather, the onus is on each of those two groups. The proponents to submit 51% statements in support, or the opponents to submit 51% written protests opposed. At the present moment, staff's math, as certified by the previous deputy city clerk, shows that there are 74 property owners of 79 parcels, and of those, there were 40 statements in support, and today there has been received a number up and down. The number that has been received today was 3 letters with 4 owners who have rescinded their support, and 4 letters that amounted to 2 owners, because some were duplicates of previous, that added their support. The net would be a subtraction of 2. That left 38 from the original certification. Staff today recalculated the math to double check, because this has been a point of great concern, and found that there were 47 in support originally, minus 2 is 45. I realize that's a new number to the public, the 47. That would be staff's recalculation today. Either way, the net is minus 2. The standard is 51% of 74, which means 38. Either way, the net is there are at least 38. Staff is thus confident that there is enough evidence of statements in support for the council to move forward. The caveat, of course, is that the opponents will at public comment have the opportunity to submit written protests. To date, staff has not received any written protests. If they have enough, that would be at least 38 written protests opposing this designation, then the designation dies.
Okay, but we haven't received that.
Staff has not received any written protests. It has received statements rescinding their previous statements of support, but staff has received 0 written protests.
Okay. Then my last question is, are there any other procedural issues that we need to be concerned about tonight?
The final issue would be likely raised by the opponents, and in fact was raised in a letter to me and in a conversation with the council. The final issue is there's a code section in 48, what is the number, 4807? Oh, actually, pardon me. Thank you. I pull up my email on the issue. 4808 subdivision H, which states in part, the recommendations and report of the Historic Preservation Commission shall be sent to the City Council and affected property owners within 7 days following the vote on the resolution and shall be available to the public in the offices of the city clerk. That was not complied with in full. The position, my position, is that the city could nonetheless proceed if the council desired to do so, because that requirement does not have a hard consequence. Statute and case law draw distinctions between directory and mandatory requirements. In this case, there's nothing in there that provides a consequence. Therefore, my position is that that requirement is merely directory, which would mean that that it doesn't change the result. The council can move forward. Further evidence in support of that point would be the reality that there is quite a lot of public input, public comment, and that all members of the council and all members of the public had the packet, the report referred to in that section is your packet tonight, at the same time. So you're acting on the same information that the public has available to them with the same amount of time. In my opinion, that's sufficient for the council to move forward. If the council is concerned or would like to act out of an abundance of transparency and to ensure full compliance with the code, and in reflection of the great public interest in this matter, I would suggest that the council consider scheduling a second public hearing, continuing tonight's hearing. That second hearing should be at least 23 days from Friday.
Okay.
That would be a further option. And as of course to note, perhaps should go without saying, if the council is inclined not to support the proposed district, finding that the critical question of is it sufficiently historic is not true, then the procedural point does not matter.
Okay. Would it be appropriate for us to decide that issue first, the procedural issue?
That becomes a question of how the council wishes to proceed, which I realize is throwing it right back at you. My recommendation would be to, at a minimum, take public comment tonight, those who are members of the public who are here, and you might consider a straw poll after public comment. If there is a majority inclined to support the proposed district, then I would suggest evaluating whether you wish to do a second hearing in order to insulate that decision. If instead there's not a majority in support and rather a majority finds that on the record and the evidence before you, the findings cannot be made, then you can simply act tonight.
Okay. And then my last question is, in terms of receiving evidence, is it appropriate to receive the evidence from those in favor of the historic district first?
That would be within your option set, yes.
Okay.
And you might also consider if they have each of the two groups has a spokesperson or a couple.
I will ask that.
Might be a more efficient approach.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other anybody else have
I
questions?
just want to strongly concur
Yes.
with that approach. I
Okay.
think we should hear testimony and then decide on the procedural matter
Okay.
afterwards.
Councilwoman Clapp, anything before we get started?
I'd like to hear from the public.
Okay. Anything else? All right, then what I am going to do is I'm going to ask whoever the spokesman, if there is one, for those in favor of that being a historic district to come up and give us your presentation.
Is it on? Yay. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, honored members of the council. My name is Robin Gerber, and I live at 51 Taormina Lane. I want to thank you for agreeing to move forward tonight. I know there was a question about that. And I do hope that we can get to a vote tonight, and I did hear this conversation about the procedural issue. I don't want to speak as a lawyer, even though I am one, but I certainly hope that you heard the first part of what Matt Summers said, which was, let's move forward with this. I want to thank you for all the work you've done, too, in reviewing this historic district. And I especially want to thank the able, diligent work of city staff, and I mean that very sincerely, Kathy Wold, Matt Summers, our expert consultant, Matt Winiger, Steve McCleary, and the wonderful, if I may say so, Amber Young. They were patient, they were tireless, they were professional. I also want to thank the members of the Historic Preservation Commission. They recognize the wisdom of this application, and I hope you will as well. Although I am the one speaking, I am not in any way the one who's done most of the work here, and so I really do want to read into the record the names of the people who really are responsible for this historic district application. That would be John Lambert, Leslie Schreiber, Helene Vacher, Trina Grantham, Marquis Burry, and Carol Smith. They deserve the credit for most of the work, as do the overwhelming majority of residents of Taormina Lane, a whole lot of whom you see here tonight. Finally, although, as I mentioned, I am a member of the Washington, D.C. Bar, where I moved from, I am not here as a lawyer. I'm here as a citizen and a resident of the proposed historic district. This is a legislative proceeding, not a judicial one. It's not a place for hired guns, in my opinion, who are threatening lawsuits. We trust that you will not let last-minute legal threats derail or delay this effort. We trust you're made of stronger stuff. As Mayor Blatz has noted, this is a time for you, our elected representatives, to hear from your constituents, to allow you to use your judgment to do what is fair and lawful, and we believe you will. Now let's get to the fun part. This is a great story, and boy, was I lucky to move to Ojai and move to Taormina Lane, because I am a historian, and wow, I found myself in this incredibly historic place. So let me tell you the story of Taormina, and hopefully give you a bigger context and a better context for all that information that you've been reading. And I know, Councilmember Lara and Wyrick, you've sort of been through this before, but I promise to try and keep it entertaining. Well, in 2011, the Historic Preservation Commission were themselves the ones who came up with the idea that we could become a landmark district. A couple of years later, in 2013, we began work. We only needed 51%, as Attorney Summers has made clear, but in fact, we got many more than that, nearly 75% of property owners who signed those ballots that Matt was talking about. And then we got more than 24 property owners to cough up some money, because gosh, it's expensive to hire the expert consultants who we did, San Buenaventura Associates. Some of you are familiar with them. And of course, we had to give the city a deposit for staff time. And people were very happy, I must say, to do that. We raised a lot more money than we thought we would. Well, those consultants very carefully examined the ordinance regarding historic preservation. They thoroughly reviewed our eligibility, and their findings were thorough and compelling. They said we had historical and architectural significance. They found that even though we only needed to meet one of the city's 11 criteria for consideration as a historic district, the San Buenaventura found that we met 8. But as an example of the stringent standards that we were put through by city staff, and I really respect what they did, they said, well, you know, we're going to look at this very carefully. We actually only think you've met 4 criteria. And that is what happened. That's what the Historic Preservation Commission approved, that we met 4 criteria, and Kathy Wold has read those to you, and we'll be talking about those further. So before I show you how we met these criteria with pictures, let's pause just for a minute to talk about the philosophy that inspired the Termina community. Theosophy. Well, what is theosophy? There are three main tenets: generally universal brotherhood, an emphasis on study, religion, the study of religion, philosophy, and science, and an exploration of the unexplained in our world. There is a national and international organization that oversees theosophy that you would be a member of if you were a theosophist. They emphasize learning and inquiry and understanding the wisdom of the ages. That's called the Theosophical Society of both America and internationally. It was these ideas that formed the foundation from which Termina Lane was born. Now let's take a walk around Termina Lane. I hope some of you have. I know some of you have taken a walk. Please come and visit us. It's a beautiful historic district. You enter from La Paz, which some of you may have been on. It's a pretty enough street, doesn't have a lot of trees, but we do. We look like a great oasis, and we are. If you walk up the hill to the left, not sure how well you can see this, but I did give you a copy of these slides. If you walk up the hill to the left, we actually connect to the Crotona Institute, which is the major center of learning and education for theosophy. What you're seeing here is how we connect with that first criteria that Kathy Wold read. That Termina represents a significant aspect of religious and spiritual development, particularly related to Crotona and theosophy. In fact, we're right next to Crotona, and then if you walk further along, you connect, short walk through a meadow, with the oak grove, where Krishnamurti spoke. And if you continue around the circle, you come to other important spiritual locations in our community. It's a short walk, and you get to St. Thomas Aquinas Church over the Ojai Meadow Preserve. Further along, you can walk to the First United Methodist and Holy Cross churches. Termina's location was intentionally linking us to the great spiritual legacy and traditions all around us. And it is important, along with theosophy, to our entire valley. And I think you're going to recognize all of the places I'm going to show you here, all of them connected to theosophy. Termina is a matrix that links all of these places. I know some of you have been to the ranch house. And there we go. Okay, well, let's look at the next criteria, criterion B. Termina's founder, Ruth Wilson, worked with numerous individuals in the Theosophical Society and the Ojai Valley for an extended time to realize her vision of a theosophically based retirement community. Yes, she did. This was a grand utopian vision. We're talking about empty land here. We're talking about finding the land, envisioning a new community. And it was almost 50 years ago. In 1967 and now, 50 years ago, 1977. 67. Sorry, don't ask me to do numbers. She was very connected to Dr. Annie Besant, who nurtured Krishnamurti, and I know you've all heard of Annie Besant. Ruth believed deeply, deeply in theosophy. This has been recognized even by our wonderful museum here. And if you look on their website, you can see that it has 67. I knew I got 67 somewhere. You can see that this is memorialized on the museum website when Ruth established what she called the Termina Theosophical Community Incorporated. That's where the name comes from. It comes from Ruth Wilson. She was establishing a theosophical community, and she incorporated it. She created a corporation. And all of the properties that she put together when she drew up the plat map, and all these parcels we're talking about, were put into that corporation and under the corporate name. They're held under the corporate name and were held that way until they got sold. This will become more important later. This was Ruth's vision a community for theosophists who are over 50 who could live together. Now, if you want to read more about Ruth than what I've told you, I have a wonderful neighbor and friend, Helene Vacher. We gave you a copy of her book. I recommend it. It's really terrific. It's so terrific that in the new version of the book about Ojai, the Ojai Valley, An Illustrated History by Patricia Fry, Helene's book is going to be excerpted. So we're very excited about that, and I think it further shows the deepening of our connection to Ojai as a historical district. So you can read more about Ruth's vision, and look what I'm showing you here. It's so great. We found these old documents. You know, you create a community, it's like you create a ballpark and nobody comes, you know, Field of Dreams. Now, she created a community, well, someone had to come. She raised money from all over the world, all over the country, but she had to get people there. So she created booklets and brochures and documents and said, come to Taormina because it's going to be a wonderful place where active virtues can blossom. Those are her words. Where people will create the good they believe in. Those are her words. Beautiful and moving. Criteria B, we've met it with a wonderfully realized founder, Ruth Wilson. Okay, let's move on to the next criteria. The originally constructed homes incorporated elements of French Norman architectural style, particularly roof structural elements. Here you see some of the early houses. Why French Norman, you might ask? Well, Ruth wanted a village feeling, and if you've come to Taormina, you know she got it. She wanted something that was in keeping with the land, and I don't know if you can read this, but you have it in your packet. You can read some of the things she says about it. She wanted an atmosphere of openness that enhances life and happiness. And so the architecture was integrally related to her vision. She developed different floor plans. If you were going to buy a house in Taormina, you could pick one. And so her dream began to come to life. And here are some of our beautiful houses. Now you were asking about covenants, conditions, and restrictions. Well, she put those together too. And the guidelines that we have for the historic district are completely drawn from those covenants, conditions, and restrictions. One of our speakers will be talking about that more later. These were terribly important to her. Why? Because she wanted her ideal of this community upheld. And so this was how she felt it would be ensured. And today, what we're doing is making sure that it's ensured. She even wanted to change the landscape. That was what Taormina looked like before she started building houses. Think about having a vision for a community on land that looked like that. But she wanted it to be green. She wanted to create an oasis. She planted 600 trees, and you can certainly see the evidence of that. She said, let's not have fences, let's have hedges. And so that's why when you come to Taormina, it is so beautiful. Here's some of the details on the architectural style. The roof lines, you can see it a little better. It is distinctive. The gable end vent on the roof. The window shutters, simple but elegant. And our house colors, which are meant to be earth tones. And there's quite a broad spectrum, as you'll see, but earth tones. And so Ruth's vision came to life. How excited must she have been when those first houses went up? Now, what about today? Well, this gets us to our third element, our third criteria that we have met. The majority of original homes retain elements of the French Norman architectural structure. And one of our team went around and did a survey, and as you can see, 93% of the houses meet 3 or 4 of the 4 design elements: roof gable, house color, windows, or roof line. So we have met that criteria. Now, in 1983, Ruth's dream came to an end. The Court of Appeals of California ruled that it was not allowed to restrict the house sales only to Theosophists. And so our community became very diverse as it is today, diverse in beliefs and interests. Yes, we even have someone who owned a zoo one time. And it is a wonderful community. And you can see all of the people who have supported it. Now, as you know, there is some opposition to this. Of course, we're in Ojai, so if there weren't opposition, we'd be surprised. There's a few property owners who don't agree with it, but then there's all this noise coming from actually not very many people and not property owners at all. And it kind of makes me think of that old legal adage, you know, if you don't have the law, argue the facts. If you don't have the facts, argue the law. And if you don't have either, just yell a lot and pound the table. We've had a lot of table pounding. And it's all coming from three people. Eileen Bunner, her daughter, Sherry Fiorentino, and a woman named Sue Williamson. They are not property owners. Remember that corporation I said would be important to remember? The original corporation that Ruth Wilson set up? It still exists. They claim to run it. They live in houses and on land that is deeded to that corporation. They collect rents. In fact, in that document dump you got today, they even tell us finally how much they're collecting, or at least supposedly, which is $14,000 some dollars a month. Now, I've also included, because this is, of course, filed with the Attorney General of California, just to give you an idea, this was their last filing, which showed indeed $151,000 some dollars a year collected, and assets of $531,000 some dollars. That's on quite a number of houses, and one house just sold for that price in Taormina. I only give you that information for the purpose of thinking about the credibility of the opposition. They also just sold a piece of the 2-acre mesa in the middle of our community. They sold 2,000 square feet for $35,000. They have seen fit to argue they don't have any money, that they're a poor nonprofit. Well, I would argue otherwise. Now, if they'd show their books, maybe I could know that, or any of us could know that, but they won't. And frankly, in my experience, nonprofits that are not transparent are a big red flag. Well, let's talk about their specific objections. They don't like the law. They don't like the code. If you look at that bunch of documents you got, there's all kinds of information in there about other municipalities and how they do historic districts. I don't know about you, but there's plenty of laws I don't like too much either. But there's nothing wrong with Ojai's law. It's not unconstitutional. It doesn't run afoul of state or federal law. Matt, stop me if I'm wrong. I think we have a solid law. We have complied with it in every way, crossed every I, dotted every T. There are no holes in our application. The law is the law, and we have complied with it. Now, Matt talked about the vote, so I won't take long on this, but I did want you to see the ballot. As Matt explained very ably, this was not a vote like you go into a voting booth and vote. This was getting to a percentage of people who were in support of the proposition. And so we went around with this ballot, and we talked to our neighbors. And we put together packets of information. And we put up a website, which maybe you've seen, and we kept updating the website. And so there's lots of information, and some people signed, some people said, no, I don't want to sign. At the end of the day, we got 51%, as has been recognized. Now, another objection has been that you can't have affordable housing and a historic district. Well, that's just a false choice. Don't listen to me. You can listen to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. They think it's actually a really good idea to have a historic district and affordable housing. They think rehabbing, particularly older homes, is a really great idea. And I will just say and repeat my offer at the Historic Commission, which was that, yeah, I am a lawyer and I've done a lot of grants and other things. I'm happy to help the corporation There are grants and tax incentives, and my friend Bill here tells me there might even be some city money. I don't know if that's true, but I would be happy to help to the corporation in getting, building, rehabbing affordable housing. They say we're not architecturally significant. Well, you know what? I'm not an architect. I don't know anything about architecture. They're not either. We did have some very able people, not only city staff, but San Buenaventura Associates, and of course our historic commission, who's made up of some very impressive people in terms of their knowledge. Plus, we happen to have a wonderful resident who's here tonight, so I'm not going to say much more about this letter than that. It's a great letter, and it explains how our little village is similar to those villages some of you might have seen when you traveled to England. And they are so charming and historical and wonderful. And why are they there? Because they have really strong laws on historic preservation in England. So we are historically, architecturally significant. Finally, Ms. Bunner and her daughter and Ms. Williamson really don't seem to know too much about the legacy of the corporation they claim to lead, or even Theosophy itself. We were very excited and pleased to receive a letter from the head of the U.S. and International Theosophical Society of America, and from the current president, and from the past president. And let me just read you what the current president had to say. Tim Boyd. Taormina's involvement in the history of the Theosophical movement in the U.S. is crucial. So many people who helped to shape the face of not only Theosophical history but world culture were intimately involved in the Crotona community and the Taormina experiment that came out of it. There are no holes in this application. We have worked for 3 years. We've had countless meetings. We didn't have one, we had 2 Historic Preservation Commission meetings. We thoroughly developed this model of a historic district. And that is why today you received what I have to call and characterize as a document dump, full of legal mumbo-jumbo, if you looked at it, thrown at you at the last minute. Gosh, legal issues like the Fifth Amendment, due process, opt-outs, AB 1511, if they're referring to an assembly bill, that one has to do with guns, and I do hope we're not talking about that. I don't think we are. All in the hope that you'll be intimidated into delaying or defeating this vote. I've read the whole submission. There's nothing new in it. It's not a reason for delay. It shouldn't be rewarded by delay. It is a tactic, one that lawyers like, but citizens resent. Citizens who have put time and money and themselves on the line in order to see this historic district realized. So please don't fall for it. Instead, we ask that you become part of history with us. Vote tonight in favor of the Taormina Lane Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold on. Okay. That was a very nice presentation. Please keep your applause to yourself. It doesn't sway us one way or the other. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions from the council of the speaker? No? All right. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm now going to ask the individual who is going to present the opposition to come forward, Ryan Blatz. And then I'll take it out for public comment.
Well, good evening, council members. Thank you very much. I appreciate your work and diligence on this particular issue. I first want to say that not only am I a member of our community, but I grew up on Stewart Court, about half a block from Taramina, and in my many years there, I didn't know I would end up here speaking tonight on behalf of the Taramina Theosophical community, who are the largest property owners in the area of Taramina and hold the history very akin to themselves, but they do not feel that it is appropriate to name this Ojai's first historic district. Now, first of all, I love working with this council. I have quite extensively, but I'm a little disappointed that there's any consideration that we are going to toss out some code sections tonight and not worry about whether we're complying with them. The fact is that according to what we can't verify, there were a number of votes rescinded very recently, and the vote ended up by one. A 7-day notice requirement that's very specific in our code regarding a historic district, it should not be thrown out when we're talking about one possible vote and not giving people the opportunity to understand exactly what's going on and an opportunity to potentially rescind their vote, because there are a lot of issues here that it goes very deep. And one specific that was just brought up on the screen here was not a very accurate copy of what the ballot actually looked like. What I have is what the ballot actually looked like. And at the top of this ballot is a web address. Now, I've never seen a ballot with a website on it, but this isn't an independent website. This isn't a website put together by the city council to try and help clarify the issues. This is a ballot with the top of it having a website that deals with the proponent's proposal for the historic district. It's not double-sided. It's not independent. It is a proponent's website. And we're talking about, again, one vote and throwing out our code, which our code, as they said, it's a good law. They just stood up here and said it's a good law. The Historic Preservation Code is good law. It's constitutional. But if we're not going to abide by it, what else are we going to do? This is a huge impingement on private property rights. And the ballot itself, and I didn't include this in what I was able to send today, and I apologize that I had to send you a brief today. The other documents were not sent by me. I did not have the opportunity to be in town. I did not have the opportunity to get the report that wasn't provided until late Friday afternoon. I wasn't able to get those things and get a brief out to you until I possibly could, and that was today. So I apologize. It is not some strange mechanism of being a lawyer to try and trick you in to trying to decide something in our favor. It's simply a practical matter, and we had hoped to continue this, and I'd requested the council might be able to continue this. And I hope, again, that if they are going to consider moving forward, that they consider the opportunity to at least allow people to get the proper notice under the code. Now, the criteria, as was stated, is not correct in the report, and I don't know if it's from an analysis, but the code does not say it requires only one section. It doesn't say how many criteria need to be met in order to move forward. It just says that the HPC shall, upon a proper form, which the form in this case was not proper, but let's not get too procedural, it says that they shall make findings whether any of the criteria are met. That's it. One or more of the criteria are met. It doesn't say if one or more are met, then it's automatic. It doesn't say if all of them are met, that's the only way to do it. It doesn't have that language in there saying you only need one or more. They can recommend it on one or more. But to give you an example in our code, under that same section that is the criteria, under letter J, it says, as one of the considerations, whether it's true, its designation shall not require the expenditure by the city of any amount of money not commensurate with the value of the object to be preserved. Well, wow, if that's the only requirement we need for a historic district, we can start naming anything a historic district. We can name a rock outside a historic district. We can name a 4x4 square with some dirt in it if we really want. If that's the only requirement, that is not the standard that you should be looking at. You should be looking at this in the whole. And what's very interesting in the whole is that although we've heard about French Norman architecture and these other things, the report that was provided by San Buenaventura Research Associates had a number of criteria that were met, yet the city staff apparently didn't find those credible. Interesting that the experts believed in something that the staff totally disagreed with. In addition to that, San Buenaventura was here in 2011 doing a survey of every property in Ojai. You know what wasn't listed on there as a possible historic resource, as a possible historic district? Taramina. It didn't even meet their minimum requirement to review the neighborhood at all. It did not meet one requirement, and that was very simple, and it has to do with being historic, being 50 years old. All the other communities that we were able to look at, and you have some information on that was not provided by me, but was provided some other individuals who are opponents to this, every other community has at least a minimum 50-year-old. at least 50 years before they're willing to consider anything historic. And where did that also come up? The city already knew that. In that 2011 report that was, by the way, taken down, which didn't help me, didn't exactly assist me in this presentation today, but the city decided to take it down a couple weeks ago. I thank you for providing it again. But the 2011 survey said you should add in your code a age restriction, a age minimum, it needs to be old before you should start considering it. Has that been done? Absolutely not. Additionally, in that 2011 report, you know what it said? It said the applicant shouldn't be a private owner. The applicant should be the city or an independent party. They should be the ones getting the report. And why is that? Because it could have bias. And what do we see in this report that is the basis of this historical designation? It is fraught with bias. This report should not be considered credible, and I appreciate the presentation that was done, but there's a number of things in it that even in the presentation weren't valid. For example, there was a quote that was put up in one of the slides that had to do with the Taormina being the matrix of political leaders and philosophical leaders. Well, the actual quote, if you read the report, which is on page 4 of my brief as well, conveniently, says, I will give you the full quote, Taormina is a matrix linked by 6 degrees of separation to many of the great spiritual, intellectual, aesthetic, philanthropic, and political movements of the late 19th and 20th century. By 6 degrees of separation, they're linked to them. Now, my understanding of that, and Wikipedia's understanding of that, and the old book that story came out of, is that everything on planet Earth is related by 6 degrees of separation. So we're talking about a report that was straining its logic the entire time to try and make connections that is fraught with bias because it was purchased by the proponents and not the independent parties like the city or the Historic Preservation Commission or anyone else, and we cannot take it on a whole on its face. In addition to that, there's another number of very strange aspects, especially, you have to understand, they had 8 or 9, it's written kind of confusingly, 8 or 9 criteria that it said were met, and the city only said 4. They made strained logic on 4, at least 4 extra, maybe 5, of the criteria that it claimed were met. One of them said, Taormina is an established visual feature of Ojai. Yet inside of the report, it states Taormina is not known by anybody in Ojai. Taormina is down a public road into a private circle, and we think it's funny that most of the time when we talk to people in Ojai, they don't have a clue where it is. Well, although one of our criteria isn't knowing where it is, generally historic district is a place you want to visit, want to know where it is, or at least you've seen before. It's very interesting that we have a report contradicting itself so significantly, again straining to find reasons to make this historic, when in reality, it's very, very flawed. Additionally, excuse me, and I have a little bit of a cold. The city's own decisions in the resolution at HPC, and that are before you today, excluded criteria C, and criteria C specifically states that there is a significant architectural style. Now, architectural style, you've heard about, French Norman. You'll hear French Norman over and over again. The report doesn't actually say it's French Norman. It says it's modern, reduced-sized French Norman, which is different, and it goes on that particular part of the criteria is not met. It says that the city's just consented to the fact, by not including it in the resolution, that part is not met, that it is not a architectural style per se. Now, they later talk about how the eaves and this and that are French Norman, but if in one part it actually says, other than the 2 new modular buildings that are in the entire neighborhood, every building in the entire neighborhood has French Norman aspects. Well, if every building has French Norman aspects, how come the city's not even willing to agree to the report's criteria C that says it's French Norman style? That doesn't make any sense. It's because it is strained. I think Taormina is a beautiful neighborhood. I grew up there. I used to ride my bike around there. I think it's gorgeous. I think it's cool that they have gas lamps. I think the CC&Rs are great. But I don't see any reason to be putting up a sign on Maricopa Highway that says Historic District this way, and a sign on La Paz that says Historic District this way, and have somebody drive down there and look for the historic district and show up at Taramina. It just doesn't seem like this should be Ojai's first historic district. Now, I'm not going to call out names of the individual parties who are against this today. I don't think that's appropriate. I'm not going to badmouth anybody, but I do think there are some motivations that might be different. As you heard, affordable housing is an issue that was brought up by the proponents, and there is an undercurrent of maybe trying to disallow that or worry about it. Now, how much that actually impacts is a very interesting question. When you do get HUD approval, there is a historical designation question that goes into it. Now, modular homes, there's some information in the administrative report that says they're not necessarily excluded, but affordable housing, as the term of art that it is not necessarily automatically allowed in once you're a historically designated neighborhood. It is much more difficult, and the review changes under the aspects of how this works. Additionally, and this is one of the huge aspects of this failure to meet very many of the criteria, by only meeting 4 criteria, if we look at the criteria that aren't met, we can actually look at them in the inverse. It means they were not met. So these are the facts we know about Taramina that are uncontroverted by the city, and some of them, even this study, said that they were actually true, and they're not. Taramina does not embody distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style for the study of a period, type, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials. Taramina is not identified as the work of a master builder, designer, architect, or landscape architect whose individual work has influenced the development of a community. Taramina does not have historic, aesthetic, or special character or interest for the general public, as is limited in interest to a special group or person. Taramina does not have a unique location or singular physical characteristic that makes it an established or familiar visual feature. The designation, and this is important, this designation shall infringe upon the rights of a private property owner to make any and all reasonable uses which are not in conflict with the purposes of that chapter. This is a private property infringement. This is not to be used on a whim. This is not to be used to make your little small neighborhood that nobody goes to more protected from the people you don't like building stuff. I disagree with the way the vote was calculated. My clients own most of the property there, and they make some rent off of it. But that is not an issue here. That is so irrelevant and so improper to bring up in this context. We're talking about a historically designated neighborhood. We're talking about setting a precedent for the next neighborhood in Ojai that wants to be designated historic. And to me, I know this community inside and out. I would have not thought that Taramina would be the one we'd be considering first. I don't think it's appropriate. And if you notice on that picture, one giant thing in the middle of that picture is an empty lot. Well, what the proponents of this don't want is something put on that empty lot. They really don't want what they're concerned that my clients might or might not do. It has nothing to do with this being historic. The connection between Taramina and Crotona is minimalist at most. Taramina, a long time ago, was determined to be a discriminatory community. We'd be naming a discriminatory community as our first historic district. Whether you like it or not, telling people that only people that believe in what you believe in can live in your neighborhood is not appropriate in America, and they were found that that was not right. It's not the most egregious thing I've ever heard, but it's still naming it a historic designation based on the same facts that they were actually excluding people based on. I don't think that's appropriate. Whether it's theosophy or it's whatever it might be, there's an issue with that. It just doesn't sit right as being from Ojai. Lastly, they called it the Taramina experiment. Well, it was the Taramina experiment. It failed. It's over. It was an experiment. You know what happens in experiments? They end. That's the way it works. Experiments don't last forever. Now, I'm not threatening a lawsuit. I believe in the law. I believe in following the code. I believe in getting notice to everybody. I think what this council ought to do is vote tonight. I think it's appropriate that we have some public speaking because all these people are passionate and they made it here. And I think if they're going to show up, they deserve to be heard. But I also think that this is a good opportunity to hit the reset button. This was not done properly. The ballots themselves are fraudulent on their face. There's one vote difference between this thing moving forward tonight or not. There was a failure to follow the code, which is a 7-day notice that obviously gives a lot of people a lot more notice to file a rescission on their vote, and that's why there were rescission votes. People were misled about what this meant. They're very concerned about what the fees and costs and other aspects of this will be. In fact, the city hasn't come out with what the fee structure might be for permitting in a historic district yet. They just said, well, we'll figure that out later. Well, those types of property rights and infringing on them are a pretty big deal. And I don't think this meets the threshold. I think it's a very important neighborhood. I think it's a beautiful neighborhood. I just don't think it deserves a historic designation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions of the speaker? No? All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna open it up to the public, and the first, let's say I have approximately 30 speakers cards. The first speaker is John Lambert. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Taramina community that exists today is a product of Ms. Wilson's vision and determination. Her dream of a coherent community was embodied in the CC&Rs that was superimposed on all Taramina properties in 1967 by the Real Estate Development Corporation, and that was the Taramina Theosophical Community Incorporated. Ms. Wilson's ideas were reflected in the CC&Rs, and to ensure that all property owners were fully informed about this idea of a historic district, all the owners of record from the Ventura County Records Office were invited to 2 separate open meetings in 2012, 2013, to discuss the idea of a historic district and to solicit questions. Based on the input received, this website was created and was publicized to all owners and residents and anyone else in the Ojai community that was interested. Taramina property owners have been directly involved in the process of creating the applicable guidelines that you were talking about before, beginning with the 2 community meetings and continuing through regular updates and a regular distribution of printed materials by hand within the community, with special attention to making sure that the Taramina Theosophical community and its sister corporation receive them delivered by hand to their Taramina offices. The materials were distributed to property owners only, since that's what the code specifies. The original CC&Rs are still applicable to all properties. They form the basis of the new historical guidelines that have been proposed. Here's a few examples. The roof and the roof lines. Well, CC&Rs Part 1, Section 2 speak directly to that. It grew from there. The exterior colors and the stuccoing of all the buildings, CC&Rs Part 1, Section 2E speaks to that. The fact that there are street lamps on all the properties, Part 1, Section 2G, again, speaks to that. The plantings that are done rather than using fences, Section 2C of the CC&Rs. And keeping a neat and orderly front yard, Section 2, Sections A and I. So we drew directly from this in creating the proposed historic guidelines. Between 1967 and 1993, virtually all homes in Taramina were built to the CC&R specifications. Indeed, through the mid-'80s, all plans for new homes had to be submitted to the Taramina Real Estate Corporation as a developer and the administrator of the CC&Rs. That's all but 5 of today's existing buildings. Yet there are solar panels, double-pane windows, and the roofs are no longer shake. The overall ambiance of the Taramina community still remains very much as Ms. Wilson envisioned. If I may have 30 seconds. I have been visiting Taramina since 1980, when my aunt built a house and my mother first began living there. I've been residing within the community since 2000. It is because of this lasting sense of community and the maintenance of its original design in this quasi-French Norman style, coupled with the many and the varied influence of the Theosophical movement still seen and felt in the city of Ojai, that I believe the community deserves to be Ojai's first historic district. And if I may just add one thing about the ballot, it was never a ballot. It is a statement of support. We never took a vote with a ballot. Thank you so much.
I'm going to bring it back to the council for a minute. Councilman Haney just indicated that he had actually met with people on either side. I'm not sure, so I thought I'd start with Councilman Lara and ask if did you have any meetings or anything with either side?
Yes, I have communication with both sides.
Okay.
And I did too. You need names, or I met with 4 people.
Okay. I haven't met with anyone. I've had plenty of correspondence with people that I've responded to, but I haven't met with anyone.
I spoke with people when I was liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission during that meeting time.
Okay.
And I've met with no one.
What's that?
I've met with no one.
Okay. All right. Clive Lehman?
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm Clive Lehman. I live with my wife, Marion, at number 13, Taormina. My wife, Marion, was raised in Ojai and practiced theosophy, went up to Crotona as a little girl. I came here as an exchange student, and I would go to Crotona and give talks about South Africa, my home country. I got to know through my wife and through my own experience the unique nature of the theosophical community and the like-minded people here in Ojai. I want to say a couple of things about the presentation from the other side's lawyer. I don't know anybody in Ojai who is happy that Taormina started as an exclusive community. We are all very happy that it's an inclusive community. We are happy that that lawsuit succeeded. We like being a variegated, diverse community. We do not like being an exclusive community. So any impression that that's what we wanted that was left by the lawyer is erroneous. The other point is that experiments fail, like 98% of the time, experiments are designed to fail. But when they succeed, they produce something that is beautiful and original and creative, and that is what Taormina is. Now, I'm very much influenced by my wife's experience. She and I were so happy that we were able finally to move into Taormina in 1988. She can't be here tonight because she just had surgery yesterday, and I have to speak on her behalf as well. But I found out some very interesting things about Taormina. When I was here as an exchange student, there was a lady, Forbes, who came to talk. She was the widow of the British ambassador to Chile, and she had happened to be with the famous poet and writer D.H. Lawrence in Taormina, Sicily, when he wrote the poem Snake, a very beautiful poem, which she read to us, which I heard for the very first time. That was my first encounter with Taormina. After moving into our community here of Taormina, I found out that Pythagoras had a commune in Sicily, Taormina, in ancient Greece, and for him geometry was everything. Men and women they were equal. It was the only commune in ancient Greece where men and women were equal. Men were the odd sign, women were the even number, odd and even. That's how it worked. Taormina is full of these interesting discoveries. Something else I wanted to mention is that quite a few years ago, the Ventura County section...
Please wrap it up.
All right. The Ventura County section of the Los Angeles Times described Taormina as the jewel of Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that as long as we just went around the dais, I should make a public statement as well, because the individual that's speaking in opposition is my son, Ryan Blatz. He's an attorney, and I didn't think of saying anything because I've posted things online and I've communicated with people with regard to the fact that I'm not recusing myself from this particular deliberation. I have had absolutely no contact, communication whatsoever with Ryan with regard to this. He and I are in completely separate law practices. We're not connected in the practice of law whatsoever. I've received, whatever communication I've received has been only the communication that the rest of the council has received. Again, I've had no personal contact with Ryan, and I have no reason to recuse myself based on any perceived bias that I would have in favor of one side or the other. And because of that, my position has been that I was elected to make difficult decisions, and as long as I don't have a legal nor what I would consider to be an ethical reason to recuse myself, bowing out of this would be a cop-out and not doing what I believe that the citizens of Ojai want me to do, which is to deliberate and give you the very best that I can in terms of what I believe is the right side of this issue. So I'll make that comment publicly so that if any of you had any questions about that, it would hopefully set your mind at ease. Next speaker is Linda Lambert.
Good evening. I'm Linda Lambert. I live at 11 Taormina Lane. I would like to assert that I support the Historic District, but I'm here actually to read two short letters from two other people. The first one is from Rose Boggs, who was a member of the Historic Preservation Commission for 30 years. And she says, as former member of the City of Ojai Preservation Commission, I support your desire to have Taormina declared a historic district. It will be the first one, and residents will benefit from this honor. Thank you, Rose. And I also have a letter from Catherine Dees. She said, I am the owner of 50 Taormina Lane. It belonged to my late aunt, Virginia Moyer, who is one of the original residents of Taormina. I know she would want me to speak on her behalf. Virginia chose this particular place for its serenity and coherence, both architecturally and for the spirit. She built her home adjacent to the meadow and delighted in the pink moment, as we all do. For many years, until her death in 2007, Virginia worked for the preservation of Taormina's unique character. She knew from experiences with other communities how easy it is to lose a treasure through inaction and short-term considerations. Since its beginnings, Taormina has been a welcoming oasis for writers, artists, educators, and more recently for families who want their children to live where there is a special sense of community. Taormina's community identity didn't happen by chance, but by the intention and continued efforts of its many residents to preserve and celebrate its unique gifts, not only for ourselves, but for the greater community of Ojai. Consequently, I offer my strong support for Taormina to become Ojai's first historic district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Susan Guy.
Thank you for hearing us. I'm Susan Guy. I live at 43 Taormina. I'm relatively new in the neighborhood. I've only been here for 6 months, but I lived in Miners Oaks for 15 years prior to that. And I heard about Taormina for many, many years from lots of people who grew up there and gave it an almost mythical quality to it. It sounded like the most Shangri-La place in Ojai, which is known as Shangri-La to a lot of people. And I just love it. I love the neighborhood. I'm an artist. I love the ambiance, the creativity, talking to people, the beauty of being right next to the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy Meadow. I think that's very important to realize. We're right near a watershed in a very important area for a lot of different aspects of Ojai come through there. So we link Oak Grove, we link the different high schools, so Nordhoff as well, and elementary schools, and the kids come through and they run by my house for cross country, and I think that we would lose a lot if some of those open spaces were developed. So I really hope that you all will consider supporting Taormina being the first historic district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Liam Walt.
Mayor, City Council. My name is Liam Walt, and I live at 130 West Victoria in Santa Barbara. And I came to live in Taormina at 42 Taormina for about 13 months. It was agreed by the TTMH and Ellen Bunner and Sue Williamson and Sherry Fortunati that I would be given a 7-year lease with a 7-year extension if I had cleaned up an old abandoned house that hadn't been lived in for a year and a half. Which only goes to show that they don't even follow their own CC&Rs. And upon fixing it up, I brought in furniture from the Habitat for Humanity office in Santa Barbara, where many wealthy people from Montecito and Hope Branch had donated materials from their home that they thought worthy to be recycled. These women didn't like the way they looked, and they decided to do a remodel to the house after I had really thoroughly cleaned it up and cleaned up the landscape. After I had moved in and signed a lease, within 4 months or so, I had been attacked, and they did everything they could then to evict me. I tried to protect my lease, and I am now in a litigation with them. These are people who will say one thing to your face and do something else behind your back and say something else behind your back. They will write you a letter, but they will do something entirely different. When they began undertaking a remodel on the house, it also had to do with the plumbing and the gas lines and all. I asked them about getting permits, and I was told, oh, don't get the city involved. No. And I wonder about your research. Have you checked with the building department about this organization? Have you checked with your lawyer and the other litigations they've been in? Have you checked with the police department? It's my experience that these people are not to be trusted in their request for denying these wonderful people here a historical community, which is what I think they deserve. They're very good people, they're educated people, they're talented people, and in your wisdom, to make Ojai a wonderful community, it would be wise to vote it in a historical community, historical preservation.
Thank you. Christina Pages?
Hi, I'm Christina Pages. I live at 29 Taormina Lane, and I've lived in Taormina since 1998, and I support the Historic District. I'm a poet and a children's writer, and I came to Ojai in '95 on a scholarship with Crotona Institute to write a book on mysticism in romantic poetry. I was not aware of the history of the land at that time, that is, of Crotona and Taormina, or about its residents, but I knew immediately that I'd come to a piece of land that was unique and mystical. For the first time, my homesickness for my English village dissipated. I felt like I had come home. So I believe that making Taormina a historic district would help to conserve its ambience of creativity and beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Maurice Burry?
Good evening. My name is Marquis Burry. My daughter Jennifer and I live at 67 Taormina Lane, and I am the owner of that property. Both Jennifer and I are enthusiastically in support of our community becoming Ojai's first historic district. We will celebrate Taormina's 50th birthday next March. And with our intentional architectural ambiance and being a significant part of Ojai's history, this community is uniquely deserving of this recognition. I also have a brief statement from my neighbor, Elizabeth Wolf, who lives at 68 Taormina Lane. Her daughter lives in England, and she happens to be visiting there right now. She says, my husband is deceased, and my daughter Deidre lives in England, and my son Joseph in Burbank. Consequently, I really appreciate the care and concern of my neighbors and the small village feeling of this community. I also appreciate its French Norman ambiance with the quaint roofs and the fenceless gardens. The historic district has my strong endorsement, as I feel the special ambiance we have needs to be preserved. And finally, I have a brief statement in support from Dr. Carl Gross, who lives at 1424 La Paz Drive, the street that leads to Taormina Lane. As a near neighbor, I recommend that you designate Taormina Lane as a historic district. It was founded in 1967 as a theosophical community for retired theosophists. It enjoys a rich and storied history in the spiritual fabric of Ojai. It remains a varied community of people concerned with arts and the spiritual life. All the houses embody certain key features created in the original plans laid out by the architect L. Vernon Lacy, inspired by French Norman architecture. The designation of Taormina as a historic district would recognize its historical contribution to Ojai and enhance our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Schreiber Ingo.
Ingo Schreiber, 117 Terminal Lane. And first of all, I'd like to thank you that you stuck to your guns and held this meeting today. And God forbid that you had hit the reset button. I came to Taormina with my wife, Leslie, after having circled the globe with a long international career in hospitality and organizations. And I must say, my wife grew up here and she has family here, and that's why we ended up here, and I'm glad I did, because the historic saying of the old Romans, ubi patria, ibi bene, I agree that is briefly translated, wherever you feel well, that's where home is. And this is true for Ojai. This is true for Taormina, and particularly for our home. And I implore you, please take the maybe somewhat difficult step, but do what your subcommittee recommended and vote this as the first historic district of Ojai, because there are many more probably deserving that as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Kristen Jensen Story.
Peel myself off the ground.
Sorry about that.
No, thank you so much. It's so wonderful, actually, to have to sit on the ground, and it speaks to our community. I co-own and reside with my soulmate, Dr. Bob Dodge, at 111 Taormina Lane. When looking for a home to share together, the one in which we would hopefully hold each other in our last moments of life, watch our grandchildren play. Taormina drew us in with its incredible spirit and the beautiful design of the community. And it's a wonderful thing, Ojai. I've been coming here since I was a kid to visit, and I never dreamed I would be fortunate enough to live here. And to be in this community with all these incredible people who care for each other and look out for each other and have ice cream together and is such a gift. And your charge, after doing such extensive research into this and having the Historic Commission look at this so carefully, your charge is to affirm this beautiful place as the first historic district of Ojai, and then I know it will be a domino effect, and there will be other communities, areas of Ojai, because there are so many special communities here. And I thank you for that. And I see no need to put it off at all. And I think that it's already been spoken to about the opposition and the questionable character therein. And I thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anka Colbert.
My name is Anka Colbert, and I am not a resident of Taormina. I live in Ojai, though, and I came here this week exactly 24 years ago. Moved here from Los Angeles with my son and 2 dogs. And I thought after he would finish school, I would move back to the big city. Well, 24 years later, I'm here. The original dogs have passed away. I'm on my 4th dog. And I walk her now at Taormina, as I have over many years. As somebody who has many friends there, people and dogs, incidentally. I speak as a friend of Taormina, as an outsider of Taormina. But I hope not to repeat. First of all, I don't have the qualifications to speak about the architecture and the landscape, only the sense of appreciation that I have as somebody whose whole life has revolved around art and aesthetics and how important they are to all of our lives. There is a unity in that sense in Taormina. I hesitate to use the word unique, but unity there is. And I used to live in Los Angeles in the Hollywood Hills in Vantage Man's historic district. There was an architectural unity there, but I can assure you there was no sense of community. And this is called a historic community, right? That's the name of it. I think what I feel so much in Taormina, outside of the architecture, the vegetation, the trees, the dogs, the incredible amount of talent that is in the place, the inordinate amount of creativity that is fostered by the place, which attracts like-minded people. I think there is, when I walk that circle with my dear friend Aunt Rag and her little dog Coco and my little dog Tinkerbell, I feel there is, round and round, walking around, there is a palpable unity in the place. It's palpable, you can feel it. The people, the trees, the dogs, the birds, the bees, everything, they hold memories of this place. Historically, probably what was the intent of the founder and what continues to be carried on mission of human benevolence, for lack of a better word. But it does come through. I don't know what to call it. It's a mystery. I know it's there. It carries a sense of magic. I love it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you. Eve Venturi?
I'm not Eve Venturi. She's 93 years old, and she's right here.
Okay.
And so I'm going to read what she has to say.
Okay, could you state your name just so we have it for the record,
Okay.
please?
I'm Elaine Needham.
Okay.
I live at 39 Taormina Lane.
Okay.
And Eve happens to be living on the north side of my duplex. And she says, I have been a tenant living at 39A Taormina since 1989 and has worked as a chiropractor in Ojai for 40 years. She loves living in Taormina and walks in the preserve every day and visits friends who often stop to chat at the dumpster area. That's where a lot of people have chats. She is a celebrated member in the Taormina community at 93 years old. Eve Venturi wholeheartedly votes yes for our Taormina district. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I also have a card for you, Elaine. Did you want to speak
Oh, yes,
yourself?
that's fine.
Okay.
I just have a short statement to say, historical statement. I'm the longest living Taormina resident. I came with my father in 1968 because we were both very interested in theosophy, and I especially was interested in the teachings of theosophy and J. Krishnamurti. And my duplex was built in 1972. And I've loved living in Taormina ever since. And I came in order to be a part of a community that would work together. And I loved my neighbors in the community. They are the friendliest people you can imagine. I feel like that Taormina, the whole of Taormina, is my family. I helped in many ways with the development of Taormina with Ruth Wilson, the founder, including serving on the board with Ruth Wilson. I had the privilege of watching every single house in Taormina being built. It was a very exciting time for me to see the French Norman architecture on every house rising up from the ground. And I was especially happy that it was to be a community of like-minded people. We are a very cohesive community, and we love each other. We have parties together. We celebrate holidays together. It is a very unique community. There is no other community like it in Ojai. Our long commitment as a spiritual community blends us together historically with Krishnamurti, the Theosophical Society, whose history imbues Ojai with a lasting quality. So I vote yes for historical designation. And then I have a couple of other letters from other people who are not here. Catherine Ann Jones. She, of course, is for designation as a historical community. She's a very good friend of mine. Another letter. Let's see. Wendy McCobb. She once lived in Taormina for quite a few years, and that was from 1990 to 2000. She says, I was drawn to Taormina for its attractive architecture, quiet streets, beautiful setting for its roots in the history of Ojai. I strongly support Taormina being given an historical preservation designation. She is living now at 2439 Thatcher Road, Ojai, California.
Thank you, and I believe Mayor
I have
Pro
a
Tem Wyrick has a
Elaine.
question.
So, you're a witness to history.
Pardon me?
You're a witness to history.
Yes, I am.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
In the early days, right after the CCNRs were adopted in 1977, and they talk about submitting plans for review in the CCRs to be consistent with one another. What was that procedure like? How was that set up, if you could summarize it for me? I mean, there was what was the group that was designated? The CCNRs are pretty vague about that. They're submitted and reviewed within 30 days. You get an answer.
Yes. Well, the board got together.
It was the board of the group. Okay.
Of the group.
Okay.
They got together and studied it and talked about it and formulated it, and then went to an attorney to have it drawn up. That's how it was done.
And I assume they had fairly, at that time, it seems like they quickly came to a certain look that they were putting in place.
Oh, yes, they did.
Okay. Back
It was-
very soon after the CCNRs were
Yes,
adopted?
the founder, Ruth Wilson, was very careful to say what she wanted in the community.
Okay.
So as you see it now, it's a mature community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Towns?
Hello, I am Robert Towns. I don't know how I'm going to do this. First, I'm in favor of Taormina being a historical society, not society, community, district. But first, I liked, and my attraction first to it is its beauty, and it is unique for whoever's seen it. Let me see, I'm trying to get some notes here. I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going to try quickly. It'll be less than 3 minutes. We came here about 23 years ago. We initially lived in the Upper Ojai. We wanted a place for our daughters to grow up that was beautiful and they could get a good education. some thoughts quickly. The upside of globalization is the focus of wholeness on our place of origin, the planet. Gee, and I just lost this. How can you do that? And for me, the making of Taormina a highlight of Ojai in some way makes it a symbol of what many know as Ojai being a spiritual place. I think, back to this globalization, I think it focuses on wholeness. I think there are many aspects of Ojai that focus on wholeness. And when there's Krishnamurti, there's the Theosophical Society, there's the Thomas Aquinas College right at our back door. There are other things. I find there's Crotona. I think that's the root of Taormina. The population that I have met in Taormina is exceptionally open to the unity of mankind, and I think focusing on that community does Ojai a service. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Norman?
My name is Kathy Norman, and my husband and I reside at 33 Taormina Lane. I am the senior minister for the Unity Church in Ventura, and in 2010, I found the Theosophical Society and its way of thinking, and its values and its philosophy really spoke to me, and so I became a member at that time. And therefore, when our home became available for purchase a year and a half ago, we were both so overjoyed to be a part of this fabulous community, as well as we were delighted to discover the house and the history of the house. You see, I live in a historic house. It was built by James Perkins, who was a president for the Theosophical Society in America. And he was also the international vice president and author of several books. He was also an artist by profession and illustrated his own works. And he and his wife, Catherine, settled in our house. They were the first owners. And Catherine established the tradition of having monthly tea for some of the Taormina residents, which still goes on even to this day, which I think it's a wonderful practice. After their demise, their daughter, Tori Perkins, inherited the house, and she lived there until her passing. And so Steve and I then became the next owners, and we feel very grateful to be associated with the Perkins family. There was and continues to be much creativity in that house. And here you can see there's an example. So the big picture here was painted by James Perkins, and the girl in the middle is Tori at the age of 10. So it's an older painting. And then the little painting here was done, actually it's needlepoint, that was done by Tori. So there was much creativity there, as there continues to be much creativity in the Taormina area. And so Tori was also highlighted in the Ojai Valley News for her art in 2004. So you can see that honoring the history of Taormina, as well as honoring the original vision of architecture, means something to Steve and me. It means something to each one of us here. And therefore, we wholeheartedly are in favor of Taormina being the very first of Ojai's historic district, and I am asking you to vote yes tonight, if that is where your conscience leads you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don Thieding?
Good evening, Dawn Teeting, North Signal Street. The recommendation for Terramina's Historic District recognizes the importance of Ojai's historic preservation. It's consistent with the Ojai General Plan and is supported by facts, expert opinion, and the majority of property owners. Historic preservation is vital to our community, and it is in the public interest. While applicable to federal properties, the National Historic Preservation Act outlines the importance of historic preservation, stating, "The historical and cultural foundations of the nation should be preserved as a living part of our community life and development in order to give a sense of orientation to the American people. The preservation of this irreplaceable heritage is in the public interest, so that its vital legacy of cultural, educational, aesthetic, and inspirational benefits will be maintained and enriched for future generations of Americans." California Preservation Foundation affirms historic preservation is not just about the past, it's about the future, helping to keep exciting, viable, interesting places for future generations. Tonight, I urge you to recognize Terramina's historic significance in Ojai's history and our future, and support your Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation to approve the establishment of a historic district for the Terramina community. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Margot Geiger?
Nice to see you tonight. I've been in Terramina 2.5 years. I'm an artist. It's a wonderful place. It's a very beautiful place. You feel nature very strongly when you're there. And the people are struggling very hard to keep it beautiful. And I think this is the issue here, is that all this hard work that you've seen tonight is an effort to preserve the beauty of this special place and to protect it. And that's all I have to say, and I'm in favor of it being a historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Akins?
Good evening. I'm Brian Akins. I'm a 35-year resident of Oakview, involved in a lot of different activities in the Ojai Valley. I'm also the vice chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. I can tell you on July 14th, not August 14th, so that was 47 days ago, we held our Historic Preservation Commission meeting where item 2 was to conduct a public hearing on the establishment of the Terramina Historic District. All commissioners were present with the exception of Commissioner Convery, who was excused. Also in attendance were Community Development Director Kathleen Wald, City Attorney Matthew Summers, Contract Planner Matthew Winiger, and Contract Planner Stephanie Edmondson. Also attending I was corrected on this, Councilman Lara and Councilman Wyrick through the whole meeting. You feel our pain. During the hearing, Commissioner James excused herself due to a conflict. I can tell you that we talked about this in detail. Per the guidelines, you only needed one of those items. There were 4 that were outlined. I personally thought 6 applied, but there were 4 that were recommended to us. We had sifted through, like you have, well over 100 pages, well over countless emails, well over countless demands from people outside. I feel your pain. I'm a numbers guy, as you might know. We heard from 46 people that night, 46. Of the 46 folks we heard, 39 were in favor and 7 were not in favor. There were 29 Terramina properties mentioned as their current residents. I noted that. 22 of those properties folks were in favor, 7 were not in favor. The method of assigning votes I found confusing. However, as a part of the hearing, Wald, Summers, and Winiger were individually queried on whether the vote that took place was legitimate. We went through all of the iterations on what a vote was, or what I guess vote's okay, there was no ballot, just so we made that clear with the 46 people who were sitting out here. Because it was confusing. It was confusing to us as commissioners, it was confusing to them, and so individually we went through that and we detailed that with them. Let's see, at 2 hours and 35 minutes, I made a motion, Terry Hill seconded that motion, that the Taormina District be formed by the City Council. That motion was carried by 4-1. David Mason, good friend of mine, I talked to him today. He said 30 years ago when they first got together, the predecessor of the Historic Preservation Commission, one of their goals, one of their hopes was to do a historic preservation district, or a historic district, 30 years ago. And he's happy to see that this has finally come about. So tonight I'm here in support of the work that we did that night as the Historic Preservation Commission. We did it in detail. We looked at it in detail. We reviewed the information. We queried the things that we had questions. I felt like by the end of the meeting, everybody understood exactly how votes were being counted and how we were moving forward. So again, I thank you for your consideration tonight of our recommendation.
That's one question. Thank you. Yes, Councilman Haney has a question, Mr. Akins.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time on HPC, and this is a difficult question that was brought to you. If you guys had to do this over again, what did you guys learn as a commission regarding creating districts? Is there any, you're saying that the voting procedures or the counting of ballot procedures was difficult. Could you change anything? Could you make anything different? Could you make it easier? What's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts were that it was something that was, we felt, me personally, and I think in the comments of the others, that it was very important both to us as a Historic Preservation Commission, but also very important to the community, evident by all the people that showed up. For us, we went through the detail that was provided with us. We got the Historic Preservation Manual, which is, 60, 70, 80 pages long, so we had that to go through. We went through each of the line items in detail. I think there were 10, maybe 12 different items that we went through and talked about each one of those and whether they were applicable or not. I think the staff recommended 4 to us. Again, I thought there were 6, but what do I know? And so I think that there was a lot of discussion. Again, the motion took place 2 hours and 35 minutes into the meeting that night. And this was essentially the first thing we did after some cleanup. So, and the one person that disagreed, I'm not sure if he was disagreeing with the choice we were making or if he was disagreeing with the process we were taking. I have a son who's an attorney, so I can say this, he's an attorney. He has questions on the process. We were more interested, and it seemed like, again, because we had been leading up to this meeting, we had met before and finally held this meeting with everybody, that it was something that we talked about, we took the time to understand, to hear everybody's opinion, but that was something that we needed to do now. Again, going back to David Mason, 30 years ago, this was their hope. To degree, if you're not going to do it now, if you're not going to do it on the Taormina community, which again was isolated as its own community until La Paz was put through, then where are you going to do it?
Was there any discussion on the process of how information was disseminated to all of the individuals in the community? Because I get, in my discussions with everyone, there seems to be some vagueness as to how it was conducted. Did you guys flush that out completely? And you felt comfortable with the responses?
To me, there was more interaction with the community on this subject than all the other interaction. There was a point where I was talking to Kathleen, basically telling them that, you know, if they want to know my opinion, they ought to show up at the meeting and stop telling me they need my opinion by tomorrow. So there was a good interaction with the community. There were a lot of emails going back and forth. Again, there were questions going to Matthew, making sure that we weren't violating any kind of Brown Act or, you know, things in dealing with these answers and trying to take their input and pass it back. From what I talked to everybody, Terry talked about the, 50 or 60 emails that he got that he went through before that meeting. So the information was provided to us by staff. I felt like we had a good interaction with the community. I don't think, because it had taken so long for it to get to us, that there was, a rush or anything, that information had been provided to all sides.
So you felt comfortable, all of the information that was given to all of the citizens of that community, all of the owners and renters and just everyone that participated, received all the information to make a sound decision as to whether to go with the historic district or to not. You felt comfortable with that, how that information was provided? Do you feel it was thorough, and do you feel it was thought out and thoughtful?
I didn't attend the two meetings, but the public or the community meetings that they held we were aware of them. They were discussed in the meeting. Again, I get the impression, just looking at the number of properties that were represented, that were there that night, I'm not sure that, if we had a community event, that we would get that kind of percentage and this kind of participation that we have behind us. Again, 46 people showing up. I've been going to Historic Preservation Commission meetings as the only person in the audience, and then as the museum rep, and then on the city council. Seriously, the only person in the audience, because, hey, I wanted to hear David Mason stories.
Right.
And to have, all of a sudden, to come in and have 46 people show up, that's more than, I'm guessing that 46 people and 46 speakers is more than maybe the HPC has seen in 6, 7, 8 years. I'm not sure.
Great.
So.
All right, thank you.
I feel comfortable with the information that went out. Okay. Does that answer you?
That answers it.
Great.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Councilman.
Joan Surfray? Hi.
I live at 12 Terramina, and I'll be very brief. I think all of my wonderful friends and neighbors have already commented on how wonderful and unique Terramina is. And my husband and I both feel that way, and we wholeheartedly support the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. John Surfray?
Amen.
Okay. Thank you. Betsy Watson?
Hello, my name is Betsy Watson, and I've lived at 25 Terramina for the past 3 years. I have a special affinity with the neighborhood. It was founded by Ruth Wilson to be a retirement community for Theosophists, and my life work is assisting the elderly. I have served for 5 years as director of the Gables, that historic community, and now I have the extreme pleasure to live at Terramina in another historic retirement community. I am now studying for my master's in gerontology at USC, and I look forward to being able to serve the community where I live. I feel that I could be a special use there in the community, and I love the neighborly feel, the quaint houses, the lovely gardens, and the ambiance and the vision that Ruth Wilson placed on our community. Walking around the Oval is especially a social and friendly community environment, which I think is very important in this day and age. I strongly support Terramina's designation as a historic district, and I urge you to vote for that today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Gerber to come up for a second. I've got a question as we're hearing people talk. And I I'm asking it now because there's more people to come, and if they want to comment on the question as well, that would be helpful to me. The first thing is why is it that you want Taormina to be declared a historic district?
Well, because I believe it is. You mean me personally or the?
You. Why is it, why is it that?
I'm a historian.
Okay.
I love history. I especially love women's history, as it happens. It became clear to me very quickly that this was a historic place to live. I didn't actually know very much about spiritual communities. I did know about utopian communities, so I came at it from that angle. As I delved into it more deeply, and I am, as I said, a historian and I think a pretty good researcher, it became clear to me that this indeed was a historic district. When I looked at the ordinance, I thought, as Brian said, that we met more than 4 of the criteria. I would have agreed with SBRA that we met 8 of the criteria, but I'll go with 6 or 4, whatever it takes. Because the truth is, we're trying to preserve not just buildings, not just trees, not just roof lines and shutters, but a place, a history, a legacy. You know, Will and Ariel Durant, the great historians, they said the present is the past, rolled up to meet the future. If we forget our past, then we can despair of our future. So I feel very lucky to live there, and that's why I think it should be a historic district.
Then my next question is, what benefit does the community derive, as you see it, from being declared a historic district?
The preservation of the buildings.
Okay.
I mean, we're in danger. We're clearly in danger. There's already been 2 buildings built that do not conform with roofs, either with the CCNRs or with the vision of this community. So people are worried about losing this district.
Okay. And then my last question is, what are the detrimental effects on the people that own properties in Taormina that if we decide to declare this as a historic district?
Yeah. Well, we all live with city guidelines about building and permitting and renovating, and that would be one of them. Yes, you would indeed have to, if you renovate part of your house that faces the street, you would have a historic review. There is no fee for that, at least currently, unless you all change your minds about that. But it would be something you'd have to go through, just as you have to go through, and I think it's called an archaeological review. And, you know, none of us like dealing with permitting. I won't ask for a show of hands here, but that, yes, this would add another layer of that. What about, if you're asking specifically, these properties that are deeded to the corporation and on which, they now want to build? Well, they can build. I mean, the law on this, and we have someone who's going to speak to this, but the law on historic districts and property rights is very clear. They were doing nothing that would interfere with their continued use of this property in the way that they want to use it, or with their sale of the property, if they choose to do that. But yes, will there be an imposition in terms of conforming? Will it cost some more money? You know, it might. And as I said before, if it's for affordable housing, I'm very happy to help get that done, because we believe in that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
I
thanks.
appreciate that. And then before we get back to the public, one more question for Mr. Summers. What is the difference for, let's say, a remodel if a property is located in a historic district versus a remodel if a property is designated as a landmark?
Under the city's current code, the required review steps would be the same. You'd have to go through a historic review, either if it's sufficiently small, and we'll say not a tiny remodel, like an exterior remodel or an addition of some size. As a landmark, you would have to go through the HPC for review and approval as a work permit, in addition to the building permit requirement. And if it was of all further sufficient size, say you're involving a second story, you'd also need a design review permit from the Planning Commission. And in the review of that, it would be tested against, on the historic side, it would be tested against the work permit requirements in the code and against the Mills Act requirements of that landmark properties Mills Act contract, if one existed. Testing whether the proposed modifications or expansion would be within the historical character of the property and would detract or enhance whatever made that property landmarked. On the historic district side, the inquiry would be similar. As proposed, modifications, substantial modifications, again, exterior modifications, expansions, would require review by the Historic Preservation Commission via a work permit, and that requirement would not currently be imposed on those properties today, but would be imposed the same as a landmark had they been, or if the council adopts the proposed historic district. In assessing that review, the HPC would be considering whether or not the proposed modifications or expansion are consistent with the architectural standards as outlined in the ordinance before you, should you adopt it as modified as you may modify. And it, broader would be testing whether it was consistent with the district's historic character.
One last question. With the guidelines, does it just go to architectural guidelines, or are there also land use guidelines involved?
Land use guidelines are always involved, but the land use guidelines would be the same as they're always. Those rules wouldn't change. You still have to have sufficient zoning. This is all residentially zoned. You have to meet setbacks, height, impervious surface, lot coverage, all the usual standards would remain the same, and that's not proposed for change.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? All right. Trina, it looks like Grantham? Grantham?
Good evening, council members and Mayor Blatz. My husband and Jesse and I have owned our house in Taormina for 15 years. And we love our home and our neighborhood, and hence have full interest in the maintenance of the unique architectural look in perpetuity, thus securing the survival of the culture and spirit that makes this small historical enclave in Ojai so special. We wholeheartedly support being part of the proposed historic district. I have some other letters to read, notes for you. One of them is from Cricket Twitchell. And she says, "My name is Cricket Twitchell. I live at 1130 Rancho Drive. As a former member of the Historical Preservation Commission, I feel it is important to preserve our valley's buildings and neighborhoods which have historical and architectural merit. Taormina is such a community. It represents a unique and special aspect of Ojai's history, which deserves to be protected and preserved. The integrity of the founder's vision needs to be maintained. Ojai would be the poorer if this community were to go the way of many California towns whose historical footings disappear in the wake of self-interest." This is from one of the neighbors, Chelsea Rowe, 104 Taormina Lane. "I fully support Taormina becoming a historic district and regret that I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting." She goes on further, but I want to sort of shorten this for you all. This is from Alan Wild and Kathy Leary Wild. They live on Taormina Lane. "As residents of the Taormina community, we can attest to its unique and charming personality. Several variables contribute to the beauty and character, the architecture, and the plethora of pine and cypress trees, and the front yard shrubs, lack of sidewalks, seclusion from traffic, views of the topas, and proximity to Crotona. The story of Taormina is intertwined with many of the influential visionaries and spiritual leaders of Ojai. One clear way to preserve this rich history is to declare the neighborhood a historic district." This one's from another neighbor. "As owner of 74 Taormina Lane since the year 2000, I fully support the designation of the Taormina community as a historic district of the city of Ojai." She goes on. This is from Margaret Kinney. The number is number 74, but she lives currently in Santa Barbara. I'm just trying to shorten this up for you all a little bit, and I have kind of a handful here. This one is from Ben Lewis. The house at 62 Taormina Lane has been in our family since it was built, and it is amazing how much Taormina feels similar now. So when I first visited it almost 40 years ago, people have come and gone, but the aura of the community remains. Growing up near Boston, I knew city life, and occasionally my family would head to a cabin in the woods to get away and enjoy the quiet. Even as a child, I realized that my aunt's house in Ojai was a very strange place. It wasn't deep in the woods, miles from other people, but it was a quiet, contemplative, spiritual place. It looked like a suburb, but I remember walking the neighborhood and seeing no other children, and miles from any city, this felt like no suburb. It was a destination unto itself, a place designed for people to ponder the mysteries of the universe, but not a hermitage or a monastery. It was not secluded. It was a living neighborhood, a place with a purpose, a design, and an aesthetic character unlike any other. We think that giving Taormina the Historic District designation would be a step towards keeping a unique energy that could never be replaced. And that's 62 Taormina Lane, Ben and Helen Lewis.
Thank you. Maybe you could just give the names and that they're in support of
Okay,
it.
this is Catherine Brandt. She owns a business in the arcade, but she supports us entirely.
Thank you.
And this is another neighbor, Marguerite Duarte, who is disabled, but she is number 103 Taormina, and she supports the Taormina Historic District as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me go through all that.
Helene Vachette. Vachette.
It's Vachette. I've heard worse. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and guests. My name is Helene Vachette, and I live at 53 Taormina Lane. My Uncle Bill met my Aunt Gertrude after she moved to Taormina in 1973. She owned one half of the duplex at the beginning of Taormina Lane at the edge of a meadow, which became the La Paz development. After Bill and Gertrude were married, they built number 117 at the top of the hill to the south, adjacent to Crotona. At that time, if residents wanted to go to Crotona, they had to walk a hazardous dirt path or drive 2 miles around. So they built Loudon Lane, which links Taormina with Crotona, and paved the way for the Sanctuary of Connections, which is a tribute to the great religions of the world. In the 1960s, I purchased 2 lots in Taormina and unfortunately had to sell them. They are now houses numbers 17 and 19. Because I owned lots, I attended Taormina Theosophical Corporation board meetings and knew Ruth Wilson until she died in the early 1990s. In fact, my Aunt Gertrude and I were with her at the Ojai Valley Hospital on the day she died. She even asked me to be her assistant, but that required too many life changes for me, and it didn't work out. The particular job that she wanted me to assist her with was to enforce the CC&Rs, which she was very passionate about. Ruth was a very strong and passionate character and a true leader. The way that she decided to form the Taormina Theosophical community is archetypal in nature. She was having a very difficult time with her meditation practice, and she remembered what Teresa said, St. Teresa, if you can't meditate, just let the mind clack on. And then she heard a voice tell her, do it yourself. And that is exactly what she did. She was also a deep student of theosophy, and she believed in the great plan of Dr. Annie Besant, which was first delivered as a lecture in 1920 and later published as a book. Ojai was to be a cradle of a future advanced civilization according to the Great Plan, and a Crotona and a Taormina, which were not in existence, were part of that vision. I strongly support this project in memory of Ruth Wilson and my aunt, who are passionate in their love of the Taormina community. I have some other letters, so I hope you won't make me stick to the 3 minutes.
Let's go through them quickly.
I will. This is from Betty Bland, and she said that, and I'm condensing her letter a lot, she was president of the Theosophical Society from 202 until 211. She said Taormina is a unique place with a special ambiance. I remember visiting Catherine and Jim Perkins, and he was past president of the Theosophical Society, for tea at their home in Taormina. I reflect on the historical significance Taormina has to the Theosophical Society and the Krishnamurti communities as a whole. And she strongly endorses us becoming a historic district. Is Julie Tulame here? Okay, she provided a letter. She was trying to come but couldn't make it. She is a Chumash elder and resident of the Ojai Valley. I am writing on behalf of the community living in Taormina. In many of my talks about the history of Ojai and the Chumash community and our spiritual connection to the land here, I have included the many different and diverse spiritual communities that have found this valley. They have all found what I would say a place of power, a location that drew them to its center. It may be a mountain, a hill, or a mound. Some of these groups or individuals have been shown a sign, a prophecy that led them to this valley. The history of Taormina and its place in the valley falls into this category. This year, I received the Historical Preservation Lifetime Achievement Award from the City of Ojai. This is because of my efforts to preserve the existence of the Chumash culture. Like the Chumash, the founders of the Taormina community attached a spiritual component to their land, and I see in this effort to form a historic district an effort similar to our struggle to preserve and retain the sacred. It is important to recognize and preserve what is left of all historic sites. We must protect the dream of Ruth Wilson and the early residents of this community with its lovely natural gardens and charming French Norman-style roof lines. Consequently, I strongly support Taormina becoming a historic district. I am especially looking forward to being invited to bestowing the Chumash blessing on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Taormina community in 2017, when hopefully it will also be Ojai's first historic district. And I just wanted to make one more comment about that Ryan Blatz mentioned. As you know, I gave all of you books, and there's such a thing as poetic license, I think, among authors. I didn't mean to say that Taormina doesn't exist, that it's hidden, that it's unimportant. In Chapter 15, Back to the Matrix, I said our Taormina community's location is very unique. Its entrance is through La Paz, a public road, which becomes Taormina Lane, a private road. In a way, this makes Taormina almost a secret place within the city of Ojai. Almost. We have been surprised over and over again to find that because of its small size and tucked away next to Crotona, many people who have lived in Ojai for years had no idea where the Taormina community is located.
Thank you. I'll get it right this time. John Fauché.
I'll skip what I was going to say. She said it all.
All right.
So, if I may, I was asked to speak about, for Irene Cole, who was married to Ron Rowe. Like I said, it must ring a bell. At any rate, she wrote, I moved to Ojai in 1954, and I was introduced to Taormina from the very beginning. As an artist, I was impressed with the visual harmony of the homes. They were all similar, but different at the same time. That, combined with the inviolable intellectual stimulation of the theosophists, seemed to me a perfect place to live and still remains so. Consequently, I strongly endorse Taormina becoming an historic district to preserve its integrity. Voilà.
Thank you. Bill Miley?
Bill Miley, Ojai. My family has lived here since 1968. The theme of my presentation is affordable housing in the Taormina Theosophical Community. But I want to say at the beginning that all that I've heard so far, I like. And I too have somewhat of a history that relates to the Taormina community. Our family, we were good friends with Stephen Cox and Mary Cox, and Stephen was one of the principal builders of the homes there. And also, my wife Cookie and I, on several occasions, listened to Krishnamurti in the Oak Grove. And we liked all that. I have a handout I'd like to give the City Council, and I have copies for the audience. My colleague Judy, or my friend Judy Murphy, will talk about the housing element of the general plan and 3 particular goals and policies that relate to the issue of affordable housing, and I believe the proposed Taormina Historical District. So, I don't have 30 of them, but I have some, so would you please share these? Before the meeting started, Robin Gerber came over to me. I was sitting in the corner where I am now, and introduced herself and asked me what position I was taking. I introduced myself. We discussed affordable housing. We discussed historic district standards. And we parted, I believe, wanting to reach a win-win situation. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. On the question of the creation of a historical district for the Taormina community, I request your council that you support affordable housing within the Taormina community in the proposed historical district. As this comes to your council from the Historical Preservation Commission, my active involvement over the past 4 to 5 years in efforts for affordable housing bears on this question before you. Should this community of houses be declared an historic district? From an affordable housing point of view, my view, I'm not sure. Historical standards may gradually eliminate present affordable housing as they require repair and upgrading, excess costs to meet new standards, and totally prevent new buildings within the TCC budget on the 7 TCC-owned parcels, providing up to possibly 15 more affordable houses. So here's what I believe are key issues for your council to consider. In supporting the TTC mission of providing affordable housing, lower rents which match income to folks now and in the future. I understand they've been providing below-market rents for all but one of their properties. I believe they own 23 parcels and 11 houses for well over 16 years. And as I understand, Theosophists believe in serving others, and since they had houses, it seemed an obvious way to serve the community. As one purpose of Theosophy, and I looked this up on the Theosophical Society of Pasadena website, is to encourage altruism and compassion. It seems to me that the design criteria for this historic district designation might take away their rights to use land as others use theirs, in this case providing affordable rents for people with limited incomes. Their affordable rent program certainly helps the city in trying to meet its goals under the city's general plan housing element for affordable units. Sue Williamson of TCC has provided you, I understand, with a chart showing the parcels owned by TTC with current affordable rents compared to market rate amounts. Do you have that? Okay,
We were
good.
provided it.
Okay. So, as I understand it, the TCC has determined that design criteria included presently in the historic district plan might make affordable renting gradually impossible to practice. Creation of a Taramina Historical District to celebrate and demonstrate the history, beliefs, and practices of Theosophy, only to shut down one of the very principles and practices of this belief system, which is to provide to others, and they do it through their affordable housing, seems to be contradictory and inconsistent. So, at best, approval of a historic district designation should, I believe, accommodate the TCC affordable efforts. Affordable housing is a crisis in California. Silently but stealthily, TCC has, over the past 16 years, been providing and wants to continue to provide such. They have bested the legislature and they're confronting the strong winds of housing price rises. In summary, gradually losing affordability provided by TCC would hurt the city. Keeping this affordability and supporting this expansion, and please be creative, would help. I request your council do the best for this city. You may have to further examine the details of their affordable housing function to affirm that there is a benefit. Please support affordable housing within the Taramina community. Thank you.
Bill, I've got a question. As far as the affordable housing that the society is providing now, do those the affordable housing, does that meet the CC&Rs of the community?
I don't know. I'm assuming, based on what Sue Williamson told me, that they do.
Okay.
But I don't know that because I haven't looked at it.
Okay, thank you. Judy Murphy?
Hi, my name is Judy Murphy, and I am from Ojai. I am not a Taramina resident, and I'm not here to comment on the fairness of the process that we've been discussing so far, or whether Taormina should qualify as a historical district. I will leave that to the experts. However, as a representative of the Affordable Housing Committee, I would like to praise the Taormina Theosophical community for the work that they have done over many years to provide affordable housing in Ojai, and I hope that they will be able to continue to expand on their efforts. I do not want to see additional burdens placed on TTC. I would like to remind the council and all of the interested parties of the housing element plan for 2014 through 2021. As information, I am quoting from the goals and policies on pages 57, 61, and 64 that you all have in your possession. Number 1, quote, "The city shall promote the preservation, conservation, and conversion of existing housing as a means to satisfy existing and future housing needs through the inventory of housing that currently exists," unquote. So I see that the city has an obligation to help TTC preserve their affordable housing. Number 2, quote, "The city shall adopt policies, programs, and procedures to facilitate attainment of RHNA goals, with particular emphasis placed on the needs of persons and families of low income." So again, I read this as the city has an obligation to facilitate affordable housing. And lastly, quote, "The city shall periodically evaluate and adjust its regulations and ordinances and development fees to ensure that they do not unduly constrain housing production. New regulatory proposals shall be evaluated for compliance with this policy in advance of adoption." So, the architectural rules of the historical district may unduly constrain the TTC in any attempts to either update or modify their current existing rental homes or to create the new housing that they plan. Therefore, I am asking the council to either deny this application or to work with Taormina to enable the, ability for the TTC to continue the affordable housing in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. A quick question for Mr. Summers. Are any of the vacant parcels in Taormina part of any overlay zones for affordable housing?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Just as an update, I have 15 more cards at 3 minutes apiece. That's 45 minutes. It's now 10 minutes to 10. Britt Alcott.
I'm so glad you invited Robin up again. I'm trying to remember what it was you said so specifically that made me say, I know what I want to say, but as you can tell, I'm English by birth, and here I am. I feel very strongly about what was said about, the thing is, you don't know where you're going if you don't know where you came from. I was quite shocked when I first came to America, which is now my home, and I love it. But everything was so disposable, and that scared me, because we still in Europe have this sense of truly honoring the past. It's nothing to be ashamed of. We take it with pride, and I'm still shocked. With my own home, I left a neighborhood that was amazing, and it was the sum of many parts. It was the buildings, yes, but it was the people, and it was that intangible thing that's in the air and is created by all these different components coming together. And I tried for many years to get this area, 4 streets, turned into a historic district. And it didn't happen. And what happened was that Hollywood, down the road somewhere, discovered these 4 streets and destroyed it. Absolutely destroyed it. And there is really nothing left. The heart got ripped out of it. And for various reasons, I found myself here. And the past matters, elders matter, and too many of the kids for whom I've devoted most of my working life have to learn again about the importance of elders, the importance of storytelling, not screens. Put the screens away. And I have the same feeling about Taormina. There's no argument about it to me. Sometimes if you're not from the country, this isn't my country of birth, but I see it so clearly, and I spoke about it last time, that it's very special, and special is an overused word, and it is to some of these many, many parts. And I know damn well, very well, that if you don't do this, in a blink, what's like a blink, it will all go, because each of us have to contribute. I've been incredibly touched by the welcome I've had, and I'm not actually living yet. It's taken over a year to get this house together, but I will be very soon. It's what we do for each other, it's what we do for our beautiful surroundings. Our houses, yes, and the roofs do count, but so does everything else. The rabbits, amazing rabbits that come every night. It's all of it, And there isn't anything like it. Of course there's nothing like it else. There's nowhere like it anywhere. I've traveled, been blessed to travel a lot in my world, excuse me before my voice goes out. And some places have wonderful people. Some places have incredible architecture or landscapes. Taormina has got it all. And all I beg is that in making it a historic district, nobody thinks it's okay to start marketing the hell out of it and create a brand out of Taormina community. And I mean that, because that's what happened to Santa Monica. They turned it into a brand and they killed it off.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tony Records?
Hello, my name is Tony Records, and I will be mercifully brief. I first wanted to say I support the designation of Taormina as a historic district very much, and urge you to accept the net recommendation from the commission and vote on it tonight. Secondly, I did want to respond to one of the things that the attorney for the opponent said, and where there was an implication that Taormina was some kind of segregated religious area. It is, anybody would say that would not know Taormina very well. We are a richly diverse area, people who are retired, school children, people of many different ethnic backgrounds and interests, and that makes our community richer, and that makes us want to preserve it as it is. I did want, and in brevity, I wanted to just paraphrase a couple of letters that some of my neighbors wrote as well. One is from Kim and Richard Bryson, who say, Richard and I are 100% supportive of the efforts that have been extended to make Taormina the first historic district in Ojai. We sincerely hope you agree with that this beautiful neighborhood represents a meaningful part of history of the Ojai Valley and as such warrants historic protection and preservation. They moved to the Ojai Valley in 1970 and have had a home in Taormina for the last year and a half. And the other is from Shar and Jerry Michaels, who don't yet reside in Taormina, but they owned a house in Taormina for the past 10 years, so they are homeowners. They also fully support the designation as a historic preservation area. So in the interest of you getting to bed sometime tonight, that's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ann Strage?
I promise to make this brief. I'm Ann Schrag. I live at 10 Taormina Lane, and I've lived in Ojai for 20 years, 11 of those years in Taormina. When I moved here in 1996, the first thing I did was join the Historic Museum because I'm some sort of a history buff. And I couldn't help but notice how important preserving the ambiance and history of Ojai was to everybody who I met. I began volunteering, helping Chumash elder Julie Tumamai with the Chumash history presentations to elementary school students. As a docent and a Chumash tour guide for the last 20 years, I am particularly interested in preserving the history of our unique city, as well as Taormina. I love the fact that our downtown areas have not become the strip malls we see elsewhere, that we're not confronted with huge parking lots and chain stores, and we have building codes. You people made these building codes that help us to maintain our unique character, and that's all I want for Taormina. In 2012, this council presented me with Ojai's Historic Preservation Award for contributing to the cultural, historical, and architectural heritage of Ojai. I'm very proud of that award. I have it hanging right above my desk. I would like to quote my friend, Mr. Ojai, David Mason. When I asked him what defines a historic district, he said, "Historic districts are specific, definable, geographical areas that are united by historical events. There's a blending together of streets, open space, and landscaping to define the character of a neighborhood. There's a continuity that has a special appeal or aesthetic value, representing a period in history." Taormina fits that description. Taormina architect L. Vern Lacey incorporated the Norman-style pitched roofs into his design, which gives the community an architectural continuity as well. I'd just like to describe one day. About 2 weeks ago, on a lovely Saturday afternoon, we gathered under the shade of a neighbor's pecan tree for our annual ice cream social. Owners, renters, seniors and children, educators, conservationists, writers, artists, doctors, lawyers, most of us community volunteers, and a few of us designated as Ojai Living Treasures. All of us drawn to this unique community with its lush gardens and charming old houses and interesting history. Who wouldn't want to preserve all that? Establishing Taormina as a historic district is in the best tradition of Ojai. Therefore, my daughter Lori Schrage and I, representing 10 Taormina Lane, wholeheartedly support making Taormina Lane a historic district and urge this council to vote yes. I have a letter I won't read, but I'll tell you who it's from. It's from Ann Williamson from Coldwell Banker, and she sort of says the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurel Miller?
Good evening. I'm Laurel Miller. I live in Carpinteria. I lived on Taormina Lane from 2002 to 2005. And what I would really like to say today, I think you've really heard it all. You've heard the passion from our community. You've heard the love. And you've heard a wonderful, thorough, professional presentation by my friends here, whom I greatly respect and admire for what they have accomplished in the last 3 years. And I really hope that you vote favorably tonight for our historic designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Rosenberg?
Good evening. My name is Eric Rosenberg, part-time resident at 97 Taormina. I'd like to thank the esteemed council. I want to focus on one of the statements that was made by counsel for the opponents, and that is the hot-button issue of infringement upon property rights, which also deals possibly with one of the issues of detriment, of a detriment to the potential members of the Taormina community. You know, I guess just as I don't have the random right to shout fire in a crowded theater. I don't have the right to run a brothel in Taormina. And, you know, it's the historical district laws and legislation arise out of zoning rights, which are far-reaching, and the city has every duty to provide for the infringement upon property rights. One of the cases that was discussed is the HDC, which was brought forth to the committee by one of the members, was Penn Central versus New York. It's the leading case that relates to taking and this infringement, this hot button issue raised by council regarding the infringement of property rights, and to what extent, for example, the corporations TTCI and TTMH may be imposed upon in terms of what they may have, you know, the alienability of their property and what they could do with it. Penn Central, the United States Supreme Court struck down Penn Central's, actually the lessee or a leaseholder interest that wanted to put up a 50-story apartment building despite the adverse pecuniary effect of that. They said no taking, and ultimately these were the limitations. The issues to consider is the severity of the economic impact of the regulation, and they said where there's no direct government taking, i.e. by eminent domain, which we all know is a general taking, the threshold issue is the government interference that arises from some public program adjusting the benefits and burdens of economic life to promote the common good. Where a state tribunal's laws reasonably promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare in prohibiting particular contemplated uses of land. This Supreme Court has upheld land use regulations that destroyed and adversely affected recognized real property interests, or even when the interference prohibits the most beneficial use of the property. Zoning laws generally do not affect existing uses of real property, but taking challenges have also been held to be without merit in a wide variety of situations when challenged government actions prohibited a beneficial use to which the individual parcels had previously been devoted. The court provides, that court provided only to consider whether the inference with property is of such a magnitude that there must be an exercise essentially of eminent domain and compensation to sustain it. What are our limitations here? What do we really have?
Please wrap it up, Eric.
We have a roof, the pitch, the gable, the end vent. We have stucco. That has to be the exterior. By the way, both those things are mandated essentially in the similarity of style within the CC&Rs that exist today. Almost done. Street lamps. CC&Rs also already require the street lamps. No fences and no walls. This is another limitation proposed, already in the CC&Rs. The only thing that isn't, although it could be kitchen sinked into the conformity of exterior design that's already in the CCRs, are those windows. So to suggest that this is an infringement upon property rights to try to impose a similarity of design in windows is simply laughable. And I only have one other comment regarding the statement, if I may have just 10 seconds. There was a statement made by opponent relating to the use of a large parcel of property, a 2-acre parcel. Well, there is only one stated purpose of that parcel. It's owned by Taormina, a Theosophical Manor House. And they have provided a document to the State Franchise Tax Board under penalty of perjury saying that the stated purpose, which gives them their tax-exempt status, is for a convalescent home. And convalescent homes can meet the requirements of this historical district as well as, can meet the requirements of this historical district. Thank you.
Bill Painter.
Tired faces. I'm Bill Painter. I have been the resident owner of 14 Taramina Lane for over 22 years now, and I would very much like to see the character of our community protected through designation as a historic district. Now, because the developer has brought Ojai's supply of affordable housing into this discussion, I'd like to comment on that. I see two fundamental features that distinguish affordable housing that serves public interest from affordable housing which serves only private interests. First, residents are impartially selected and income qualified by public processes. And second, property deeds are restricted with recorded long-term affordability covenants. Serving the public in this way, Ojai's Housing Authority provides housing assistance to make decent housing affordable for about 225 households within the city of Ojai. Montgomery Oaks, a private affordable housing development, also serves the public interest this way, providing another 20 households with decent affordable housing. On the other hand, the developer threatening to reduce Ojai's supply of affordable housing has no public record of impartially selecting and income qualifying tenants, nor are affordability covenants attached to the deeds of the properties they own. What I see here is the developer unwittingly, if not disingenuously, seeking private gain at a public cost, the cost of diminished historic and cultural resource protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Renee Briggs?
Good evening, Mayor Blatz and council and audience. My name's Renee Briggs. I live at 408 Golden West Avenue, and I came basically on behalf of my sister and my brother-in-law, Leslie and Ingo Schreiber, and I've been a past member of the Historic Preservation Commission, and so I want to give kudos to the commission for finally having a district possibility that can be historical, because we tried and tried on that and never really came up with anything. Well, we came up with things, but I think they're pretty close. And I, as a citizen of Ojai, I've been here since 1965, off and on, so I've been here longer than Taramina. And it's hard to believe that it would be deemed historical, because I don't feel that old. But anyway, I feel we really need to persevere and preserve Ojai. And my parents originally moved my sister and I up here in '65 to get away from the rat race in San Marino. So let's just preserve Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Stephanie O'Neill?
Hello, Stephanie O'Neill, 97 Taramina Lane. I'll keep it brief. My grandparents moved here in the 40s, and I've been coming here all my life, after the 40s. And I finally bought my house here a year ago in Taramina. I am a news reporter in Los Angeles, and it's kind of insane for me to live in Ojai. And as I was getting ready, I was renting here, and then as I was getting ready to buy, there was a question about whether I would stay or go. And I came upon Taramina, fell in love with it. I have this remodeled home that I've really it was remodeled when I bought it. I put a lot into the landscaping to make it conform with the rest of the community. And I won't restate all the reasons why we have a great community. But I do want to point out that I believe there's quite a red herring being thrown at you with regard to this affordable housing issue. This corporation that owns all these properties, free and clear, has ample resources to provide whatever kind of affordable housing they want. I'm happy that now they're starting to do that a little bit more. But they can do what they need to do. They can hire attorneys to represent themselves. They're embroiled in numerous or multiple lawsuits. And I just hope that you realize that it's a corporation that owns that property, and we are the homeowners. We really support it. A couple quick other things. I just want to get a copy of that brief that your son said he had filed, I think, today or something. please. And also, of course, I support the historical district. Thank you. And I urge a vote tonight. Thank you so much. Shall I approach him?
Richard Height?
I think it was me, Richard Haig.
Yes.
I'll be brief. I came here to Ojai some years ago, having lived in major cities for 35 years. And when people ask me why I came here, the first thing that I say is I came here because I wanted to live as I did in my childhood in a community. And I think tonight has been a spectacular example of the wonderful community that exists here, the passion of the people. I've become involved in this community in the Ojai Playwrights Conference. I'm the treasurer, and I want to attest to the wonderful volunteer work that Robin Gerber has given to that organization. Before I lived in a lot of big cities, I lived for 4 years in a wonderful place called Oxford. It was a fantastic place to live, and I simply wanted to point out that Oxford exists as an architectural masterpiece as it does today because of the intentional desire of the citizens over hundreds of years to preserve a magnificent heritage. And I think that's what everyone is here tonight asking you to do, and I would urge you to vote in favor of that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Schreiber?
Hello, my name is Leslie Schreiber. My husband, Ingo, you met, and you've met my sister, Renee Briggs. Anyway, I live at 117 Taramina Lane in Ojai. I pretty much grew up here in the Ojai Valley, living in various parts of the valley. After graduating from Nordhoff High School, I moved away and pursued further education and my career. I then, by doing this, it gave me the opportunity to live in different parts of the U.S., Canada, and Europe. Upon retirement 6 years ago, my husband and I moved back here to Ojai to be close to family, and this is when we bought our house in Taramina. The community has a small village and European feel to it, which we are both attracted to. I'm one of the many homeowners who signed one of the 40 consent forms, which was verified by the deputy city clerk on page 131 as of August 5th. And there are more than 40 signatures. To my account, there was 51 signatures that signed for Taramina to become a historic district. This is well above the 51% of the homeowners needed, and we have also added more signatures since that certification. Please support us by voting yes to preserve the French Normandy ambiance of this unique, close-knitted community. Let's make it Ojai's first historic district. Thank you. Now I have 2 letters that I've been asked to read. They're short. One is from Kathy Francis, and she is an owner of Kindred Spirit of 302 East Ojai Avenue. She's lived in Ojai for 30 years and is familiar with the Taramina neighborhood. She strongly endorses Taramina becoming a historic district, and she also thinks the efforts of the early Theosophist of Ruth Wilson, its founders, deserves to be recognized and cherished. The second letter is to the council. I have been coming to Ojai for over 25 years to visit my mother at Crotona and have lived here for 5 years. I love the Taramina neighborhood and would like to see its historic value recognized by designating it a historic district. Crotona has made its own guidelines for upgrades in the existing houses to keep in line with their history. It only makes sense to have Taramina also honor its history by keeping the houses in harmony with the French Norman vision of Ruth Wilson. As the owner of 429 South Carrillo Avenue and a Crotonian, I can see only positive results from making Taormina Historic District. Carol Nicholson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schreiber. Jane Carroll?
Good evening. My name's Jane Carroll. I'm a recent resident with my husband at 34 Taormina. As a design professional, I am very interested in the historic fabric of Ojai. I'm not registered as an architect in California, but trained in England at the Architectural Association in London, where I worked on a number of historical renovations before moving to California. When we moved to Ojai in 1990, I first worked with Zelma Wilson, and since then have had my own practice designing new houses and additions in the Ojai Valley, including several designated as of interest by Ventura County Cultural Heritage Board, as well as new buildings at Oak Grove and the Ojai Foundation. While I accept that any individual house in Taormina may not have great architectural significance, the original houses are nonetheless well designed with the interesting details that we've discussed so much. However, it's the layout and the massing of the housing which has such charm and which deserves preserving. The size of the houses, the conformity of the building materials, the roof lines, the interesting layout as they are situated on the hillside, was all deliberately considered to create the atmosphere of village community, one not easily found in Southern California. There are many areas in Britain and France where these are precisely the features that are protected. Individual houses are allowed to be remodeled or expanded as long as the scale, the roof lines, the exterior materials, and local features conform to the general feel of the place. The beloved and beautiful villages in the English and French countryside remain because they have been protected. Those areas that have not received this care quickly degenerate into a free-for-all which loses all character and historical interest. It would be sad to see this happen to Taormina. I am very sympathetic to the needs for affordable housing in Ojai, but do not believe for a minute that the only method for providing this is to introduce mass-produced, prefabricated mobile homes into a neighborhood which has a design integrity of its own and to which these do not relate. The two modular houses which have been brought into Taormina do not conform to the CCNRs. This is still a community of very modest-sized houses and gardens laid out with vision and care. The design and character was established by the original CCNRs and was consciously intended to create the unique atmosphere of the place, which is instantly recognizable on entering. It would be a great shame to lose this sense of place, the character of the community, reflecting its historical roots, which have been treasured by so many. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patty Pegling?
Good evening. I'm here to read a letter from Sue Williamson of the Taormina Theosophical Community. She's unable to be here this evening. This seems to be an emotional subject for the Taormina community, and I hope that everyone can hear the facts regarding the situation. I did have a PowerPoint that we had put together, and I sent it to the mayor and to the city council members. But because of the very short amount of lead time that we had, we were unable to have it here tonight to show. So if you could watch it, it's very short in your emails. Right. Despite the fact that many people seem to want to turn Taormina into a historical district, it doesn't change the fact that Taormina does not in any way meet any legitimate standards of historic and architectural criteria. French Norman architecture has to have been built between 1915 and 1945. The roof lines are not French Norman. At the very least, 50% of the homes must qualify. Also, 50% must be older than 50 years. Taormina meets none of those standard qualifications. Trying to pass off Taormina as French Norman would be like me trying to pass off a painting I did while inspired by Picasso as a genuine Picasso. It's preposterous, right? It's rather sad that the HPC and the city staff were not aware of the distinction between the real French Norman architecture and the scaled-down inaccurate modern versions in Taormina. Claiming that some elements of Taormina rooflines are French Norman is quite simply untrue and should not and does not qualify the houses as historic. This is false historicism. Roof, vent, gables, as described in the requirements, do not exist in French Norman architecture. In French Norman architecture, the pitch is much steeper and there are turrets. At the HPC hearing, it was stated that it doesn't have to be a valid historical style. They gave an example of a building where the civil rights movement was born, but that was a landmark, not a district, and there is not one qualifying landmark in Taormina. The history presented by the proponents would have you believe that somehow Taormina figured in everything from the Theosophical movement of the late 1800s to early 1900s to Gandhi's role in India. Was it also appropriate of the SBRA to use a biased history written by the applicant as their research report for this issue? No. We request that a new survey be done by an objective firm that has no personal relationship to the proponents or the opponents in Ojai. The letter goes on for 3 more pages, and I have copies that I gave to you, so that's
Okay.
all I can say for now. Thank you.
Jesse Grantham?
Mayor Blatson, members of City Council, thank you for your patience. My name is Jesse Grantham. I live at 66 Taormina Lane. My wife has already been up here and said that we fully support the designation. I did want to make just a comment on some observations, and I'll just make this really quick, and I think it will have some relevance. I'll just read it so it'll go along pretty quickly. This past weekend, I watched the proceedings of last week's City Council meeting, particularly the items having to do with water. For the first time, I felt the real seriousness of the water crisis was being addressed. I particularly want to single out Councilman Haney for his honest and forthright comments about Ojai and water. If you remember, he said in so many words, and Randy, I think I've got these right, I was not able to reverse the footage on TV. Ojai is no longer a developable community. It is a maintenance and refurbishment community. Ojai is built out with regard to our resources. Whether it's a double-wide trailer or modular home for affordable housing or a 6,000 square foot mansion for single-family residences, the idea that someone is going to come to Ojai and stick their straw into Lake Casitas to draw more water is foolishness. This is the tragedy of the commons all over again. We're in a protect and preserve mode now. As someone else said in last week's meeting, there is some scientific evidence to suggest that the drought we are experiencing now may well be the new norm. Anybody that talks about putting in more houses that will be dependent on Lake Casitas for water is going to get pushback from the whole entire valley. Just to be clear, it won't be historical designation that will stop additional housing by the TTCI. In Taormina, it will be water. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Nelson?
I'm going to pass in the interest of time, except to say that I support the designation.
All right, thank you, Mary. All right, those are all the speakers' cards I have. Is there anyone?
One more.
All right, Souza? Okay, all right, I'll get to you next.
I just want to say that there's no question in my mind that the Taormina community deserves historic status, the historic district status. I've lived in Ojai 60 years. When I read the history last night, actually, I read the whole packet. It was one of the most riveting histories of Ojai I've ever read, and I actually knew almost every single person that was mentioned. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Souza. Back here in the back?
Yes, thank you. I'm Charlene Spretnak. I live at 48 Taormina Lane with my husband. I would like to address some of the questions Mayor Blatz raised, who's trying to get to the heart of the issue. What does each side really care about? What's to be won, what's to be lost? And I think for some reason that hasn't really been made clear. So it's not really an argument of aesthetics of, we love the Norman roof line, no, we can't stand it. There's a money issue here. And, I'm sorry, before I get into this, I want to have one little aside here. Historical districts across the country have historical significance in that neighborhood to the town or city. They're not called brilliant architecture districts. They're called historical districts because they have historical significance and visual coherence. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. There's the brewery district, the German immigrants, the Italian village. They're not gorgeous architecture, but they have historical significance. So we have both of those in our 4 criteria. Okay, so what is everybody worried about here with this? What's on the table? At the June informational hearing to the Historical District Commission, Sue Williamson mentioned the prefabs. TTCI, she said, has the right to put a prefab on every one of their substandard lots. Because they have these conditional use permits, they can put anything on them. And this is very worrisome. The whole issue is, what will they look like? What will the look be of anything that goes on those remaining substandard lots? So all the homeowners who have signed it are very worried about the visual degradation of the community. And it probably would affect property values in the way that some people think getting the historical district might make them go up a little. But having a lot of prefabs go in definitely would. And we were in this room 2 or 3 years ago when the second prefab was about to go in, that the corporation was going to put in, if you remember. We first brought the issue up to the Planning Commission and we said, are these conditional use permits still valid, that they can put anything in? And they said, yes, they are. And the City Council said, yes, they can put absolutely anything they want of any design on these substandard lots. So that was before there was this option for the historical district. What the crux of this is the design review component in the historical district setup. Because it will allow community-based design review that will say, you can put anything on those, but it has to match what I call the cottage look of the community. And we were in this room 2 or 3 years ago when we got the bad news that they could put the prefab out, and there was so much concern about how it would look that the manufacturer's rep, who was sitting right back there on that side, he said, I can add design features that'll make it look like the cottage look in the neighborhood. And everybody said, wow, you can? Okay, great. So acting on good faith, we left the room that night all feeling it was going to be okay. And I'm sure the owner of the new home felt he was going to do that. Maybe he even felt he could do it. But when it went in, it doesn't look like the neighborhood. You can drive around and you would immediately see it. So now they're saying it's all right to put 5 or 6 more on these small lots. And I just have to say one more thing about the facts of the history of the first 2 prefabs. In the first prefab, the owner bought the prefab herself on the condition that she deeds it to the corporation when she dies. And she got the free use of the lot. With the second prefab, again, they found a middle-class owner who would buy the prefab house for them, deed it to them when she dies, and she had to pay them a lifetime lease for the use of the lot. So if they can do that on all these lots, it's 2 sources of income. I don't know. I have cordial relationships with the 3 people who run the corporation. They're my neighbors, but we don't discuss their business plans. But that's an option. If they do it the same way they did it for the first 2, there's a lot of money coming in. That may be the reason they haven't been interested in Robin Gerber's offer to help them get grants to actually put up low-income housing. Studio cottages that are well-designed and well-built and could be rented to low-income people. Plus, the other thing you should know is, in their units they rent, they've raised the rent a couple times in the last couple years, several years. That's their legal right. Some long-time low-income people were put out on the street. It was very sad last year. They couldn't meet the second raise. So if they're going to, as I say, follow the other plan, find middle-class people to buy the houses for them, pay, it's not going to help Ojai's stock of low-income housing. Sue said when she testified in June, only 2 of their units qualify as Section 8. So that's what's on the table. They feel they're going to be blocked, but I think it could work, because it's just a matter of, Robin has said prefabs can look very nice if you go up a couple notches, then they don't want to have to pay for it to look like the neighborhood, but it would work. It wouldn't be prohibitive. And the other thing is, they told tenants they're going to raise their rent if this passes because of all the expensive paperwork. I said to Robin, is there expensive paperwork involved? And she said no, so she could answer that better.
Right.
But I really think this could work, the community-based design review, and they're making whatever they put in there look like the neighborhood so it doesn't tank. I hope you'll protect this Ojai
right.
neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes?
I do. I'm jealous. I wish I lived in a neighborhood as passionately beautiful. I want to live where I don't have to worry about the buildings being, big houses being built in the backyard. And Nashville, Tennessee is destroyed. All these cute little houses, people buy them and they build another house behind. So I'm all for maintaining the unity of your neighborhood, and I am jealous. And maybe this will be the start of something for lots of communities in Ojai, that we could designate, preservation of what we have already.
Could you
But I think
state
that
your name for the
Cindy
record?
Kalmanson.
Okay.
But when you said you were thinking you would be a non-biased voter on this, I would ask yourself, how important is this to you personally and your family? And I would urge you to recuse yourself, because if you vote for it, I don't know where he stands on this, but your son obviously is for something other than the preservation of the history. And so, to me, you would accuse yourself when it was an issue of leaf blowers. I don't want to hurt any preservation, but I'm just saying, okay, well, I'll take your lead. You want him to vote, so you feel he's voting, he's.
Please take your comments to the council.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then scratch that last issue.
It's getting late,
I
so
hope
please
that,
get to
yeah,
your
okay.
point.
I hope we vote on it, and I love the need to preserve the beauty.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on.
Hi, I thought I did a speaker's card, but I'm Valerie James, and I'm representing myself as a resident of Taramina and an art historian. I know emotions run high on both sides of the historic issue, and I want to offer simple facts regarding the fees that will be incurred by Taramina residents, and facts from my architectural historical report, which I sent to everyone, but I don't think I have time to read. I'd like to start by talking briefly on several procedural matters. Members of the Taramina community were not made aware of any financial ramifications of creating a historical district before they voted. Potential fees would likely be prohibitive if anybody wanted to remodel, make simple upgrades to their property, or build new buildings on vacant lots. Costs would be likely for necessary historical reports, which usually cost $2,000 or more. You need to do a historical report on a historical property if you want to make major alterations. City historical reviews leading to a certificate of appropriateness, which I've studied all the other cities in California, that's what they require. Of course, I know the city hasn't decided on fees yet, but that's what could be a possibility. City building permits, of course. And then photography fees for historical reports. That's another fee that you have to, deal with, is taking pictures of the property. And then the new manufactured homes, as you all probably already know, could cost 24% more to build in order to comply with special historical roofline requirements. I've conducted a 5-city survey of California cities with historical districts. I discovered they all use independent experts. None had personal connections to owners when their reports and surveys were made to the city. I feel it's imperative the City of Ojai obtain a report by an independent architectural historian before proceeding with this plan. In the 2011 historical report to the city, it was recommended the city be the client for reports, not the homeowners. This was recommended by the Santa Barbara Research Associates. In all other cases, the other cities use much stricter criteria to determine what constitutes a historic district. Most important, in other historic districts, 50% of the homes are 50 years or older. Not until 2024 will 50% of Taramina homes be 50 years or older. There's many, many other things that other cities require in terms of architecture and history that Taramina at this point really doesn't have, and it is in my report that I sent to everyone. The bottom line is this project is more complicated than it looks. There are more costs involved than have been considered, and it just means more research needs to be done. Our legal team has warned this issue is being rushed and is likely to cause many problems and lots of frustration. That's it.
Thank you. I have a question for you. What is the reason that you are against the neighborhood becoming a historic district?
Because it's not authentic historically, and I come from not only a family of theosophists, but a family of history buffs, and I also happen to have a degree in art history. It was very obvious to me that it wasn't architecturally, historically accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else wishing to address us? No? I'm going to bring it back to council, but we've been sitting here now for 3 hours and 40 minutes, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then I'm going to see if council has any desire to hear from both the person in support and opposed. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Reconvene, and I'm going to ask Ms. Gerber if she would like to make any final comments to us.
I only have about 45 minutes.
Did you say
Just
4
my
or
bedtime.
5 minutes?
Yeah. No, I would just say that, honestly, if any questions were raised for you, that we do have, and by the way, they're here pro bono on their own dime, the two people from San Buenaventura Research Associates, so they're here to answer questions. I would also say, and I promise not to put on my lawyer hat, but here I'm going to do it, that I absolutely agree with Matt Summers that there was a delay in sending out this notice, but it is a de minimis and inconsequential procedural issue. And I just urge you to vote and not put this off. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on the council have questions of Ms. Gerber or want to hear from Buenaventura? No? No? Then I will invite Mr. Blatz to speak if he wants to address us in any kind of a closing.
Thank you. I just simply hope that the council makes a decision that's consistent with the laws that have been created, and that you take a long, hard look about creating a historic district. I know there's a lot of people here who are supportive of it. Like I said, I think Taormina is a wonderful community, but I think we need to respect the fact that the decision is imperative to have 51% of that vote. And I don't think the way this procedure has gone on has necessarily given everyone that fair shake. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm bringing it back to council for comments, questions of staff.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to accept a categorical exemption pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Pardon me. And introduce and read by title an ordinance approving the establishment of a historic district for the Taormina community.
Okay, is there a second? No second? Okay.
Can I comment before I make a second?
You can second and for discussion.
A second, ask a question of the motion maker?
Yes, I think that's fine. And
I'm going to
mayor's
second
control.
because I want to ask it. I have some specific suggestions for improving this resolution that I'd like to make sure that you would be willing to listen to as friendly amendments.
Absolutely. With a motion and a second, it's always open to discussion, and I'm more than willing to listen.
Okay, then I will second.
All right. Discussion by Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
I have some thoughts composed that I'd like to explain,
okay,
if that's okay, to proceed. I have listened to hours of testimony on this at the Historic Commission and tonight, and what I am most struck with is I'm still learning. There's something about how rich this whole situation is to realize you can sit for that many hours and still be learning things. And I have. So this is where I come down on the issue. And this is before we get to some specific elements that's in the resolution. That's another matter, okay? And I'll give you one example of one thing I'm going to raise. You don't want to let plastic skylights allowed to a place that might get burned. Little things like that. Might want to strike that from the condition for the skylights. Not a good idea in a fire-prone area. The little things like that, okay? So this is just in terms of improving the language here. But getting to the broader issue. It struck me tonight, there's something I think akin to a tradition in Ojai where a visionary establishes something that is then the community buys into and embraces. Next year, we're going to be celebrating 100 years of Edward Libby's vision. And let's remember what happened. We had a fire. Mr. Libby strong-armed that arcade over the objections of a lot of people that said, you know, if you read the record. And now the community has embraced his vision. And it's a landmark. And so when we look at Taormina, what I've come to learn is the vision of Ruth Wilson. That vision was clearly, I think, articulated in terms of the first few decades of construction when she was still alive in the CCNRs. And so to some degree, I see a community embracing that vision, most people anyway, the overwhelming numbers that have testified and signed papers and everything. And that when you look at this picture, what I'm seeing is, one, this embrace of the vision and endorsing that vision and wanting to protect that vision. And then I look at the CCNRs, and the conditions are basically just taking a subset of the CCNRs that are really essential to preserving the character of the area. It's really not adding anything to what's already supposed to have been going on in terms of the enforcement of the CCNRs. It's really saying that there's been a breakdown in the process of staying with the vision as embodied in Ruth Wilson's vision of the CCNRs and say, we're going to take some of these pieces out, we're going to put them in so that we ensure that the review process that was her vision continues. That's what I'm seeing. And so that's why I think this is a good idea to proceed. I'm upset that we didn't follow precisely the procedures. You know, it gives me some pause, but then I hear a lot of legal testimony that it's de minimis. But I don't like that. I don't like in any kind of issue, just saying that to staff, it bothers me when if we have something that's contentious, we don't follow it precisely. De minimis, okay, I'll listen. But we'll get to the specific suggestions I have for improvements to the resolution itself. But I wanted to give my overall feeling, and I actually came to this thought listening to the testimony tonight. And that's why I think it's really not adding a lot of it's ensuring what was put in place continues. It's really not adding much. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Councilman Lara, do you have any comments?
Yes, Mayor Blatz. After hearing all the testimony also, there's something clear to me that is evident in Taormina is the spirituality. There's just something about the speaker's way of articulating their love and passion through a spiritual way. And that's even with the people that were against it. I felt like Valerie, she also had a way of a spiritual persona in her. I too sat through hours of testimony, and as the second time now listening to testimonies, I have learned a lot in terms of where CCNR, who's enforcing those versus what it means to be a historic designation district. And I think that I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick that some were just taken out of the CCR and put into the design review to make sure that the vision of Ruth Wilson was conserved. And even though I am an advocate of affordable housing, and now that we're in a water crisis, I think it's going to be a little bit different the way, if we do it and implement it, it's going to be more of a water conservation development project. But that has really nothing to do with what is being proposed on the table today. And my only concern in terms of moving on with this is if we do have a clear process in terms of taking applications of future historic areas here in the city. According to our code, I think that the way we were deliberating this area to be designated is appropriate, for the exception of the process that Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick said that we didn't follow through. But I think sticking to the facts, I think that, and sticking to the report by Sam Buenaventura historian, we're following procedure here. And I heard both sides of the issue. I think that I think all my colleagues were very conscious about really doing the due diligence and making sure we did our homework. But I do think that and it's a huge deal, I think, to designate an area historic, especially being the first one. But I do agree with my colleagues in terms of that this is culturally and spiritually significant for Ojai. So, and I'm curious to hear the modifications from Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Councilman Haney?
Well, I'll start with, I drove, first of all, I've worked in Taramina a number of times, and I've done I've worked with some really nice people in that community. So after my meetings with with both groups, that's how I looked at it. I just wanted to hear each side of this discussion, being new to it. And then they both said, well, go drive it. So I drove Taramina. I've driven it like 3 or 4 times. So the first time I drove through it, I looking at roof lines, and I go, so these are all small houses, and they all kind of have the same small roof lines. Didn't necessarily see anything distinct about them. Then I drove through La Paz, and I looked at those larger homes, and I looked at their types of roof lines, and I said, well, these are all very similar to their structures. So the roof line thing I didn't quite buy. I'll just be honest with you. I didn't have a sense that that's the overwhelming reason to make this a historic district, okay? But that's not, to me, that's not the issue here, okay? To me, the bigger issue is what I heard tonight was about affordability regarding affordability if I move on a prefab house versus the cost of building a stick home that might conform better to the existing houses. So I'm listening to that argument, and I said to myself, that's not why we're here either, actually. Because the cost of building a home is the cost of building a home. And I don't know if the benefit of buying a prefab house might save you $50, $60, maybe $100,000, or if you incur another $20,000 to have a distinct roof line. I don't know if that impacts the ability to actually put an affordable house on one of those lots. So, to me, what it comes down to is the character of the community. And that's why the questions I was asking were, in this process of bringing our community together, what was it? Did we talk to one another? Did we really take the time that's necessary to articulate our feelings, our thoughts, our needs, and our benefits? And I heard this is a 3-year discussion. So I'd have to assume that in 3 years that this took place. If it was 3 months, I might disagree with the process. But it's been 3 years in the making. So the bigger part of me says that you did communicate, that you did have this conversation, that you have talked about the benefits. And I'm sure there are some downsides to it, but I don't know if they're greater than the benefits. In fact, I would lean more to the fact that a historic district benefits that community and benefits our community. So we are here discussing the ordinance and discussing the codes and the laws, and they are what they are. They are what we have. So I don't think it's fair to the Taramina family to push this down the road. I think we have to deal with what laws are before us, internalize them, look at them, which all of us have, and make our decision tonight based on what we have before us. That's where I'm leaning right now, and that's where I really think what I'm hearing from council is where we all are at. So that's all I have to say.
Councilwoman Clapp, did you have anything to say other than making the motion?
Well, I lived in Taramina for a while, and architecturally, there is a continuity. I mean, there's been some changes made and all, but it clearly there was a community created with a vision. And it is very unique, and it does have historical significance. Clearly, it is a very special community, and for the reasons everyone said tonight, so that's why I support it.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to,
Pardon me real quickly, and I really wish I hadn't moved. And I could have bought a house there for $2.25, Winnie McCobb's old house. And my husband didn't want to move, and darn. Oh, well.
Thank you. First, I just want to say thank you to everybody that came tonight. It's been a long evening, and I felt it important that everybody have an opportunity to say what they needed to say, because it's an important issue, particularly for all of you that live in Taramina, but it's really an important issue for us that live in Ojai. And I thought that the presentation by those in favor of it was done excellently. I thought that the presentation for those opposed was done fine, and we have to make a decision on what we believe is in the best interest of Ojai. And I always start my decisions whenever it comes to something like this off by looking first that I realize that everything that we hold precious about our beautiful valley can be very easily lost if we're not very careful. And I feel the same way for neighborhoods like Taramina. It doesn't take much to change the character of a neighborhood, and it doesn't take much to change Ojai if we weren't vigilant on being very careful about what development we allow, what architectural standards we put in place, and those kinds of things that I know are held dear by every citizen of Ojai, and that's to maintain our small-town character. Now, I understand that it appears that there could be an infringement of some sort of a property right, but I think Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick said it well, that the CC&Rs are in place, and I don't know anything about the conditional use permits. I don't understand that. But the CC&Rs are in place, and I don't see making this as a historic district is going to change a heck of a lot of anything that should have been being done anyway. I agree with you there. I also think that the neighborhood itself has enough congruity and enough consistency in design that I'm satisfied that I don't know whether, we have to look at it after being 50 years old or whatever, but it clearly is a community that has some consistency throughout it, that if that consistency were to be lost, we would lose something. And it's not just the architecture we'd lose the spirit and the spirituality of that neighborhood as well. So I think that's really important. And I'll tell you the overwhelming decision, after looking at it and realizing that there may have been a procedural issue, but after hearing the testimony of all the people tonight, and part of the reason why I stopped halfway through was because one of the things that I was concerned about was an argument that had been made about people might not have realized exactly what they were voting for or saying yes to when they said we're in favor of it. And I wanted to make sure that through the second half of everyone's testimony that you were going to be given an opportunity to tell us if there was something that you didn't realize that this might be a detriment by you having said yes, that you might want to change. And I heard nothing there. And that was one of the reasons that I brought it up, because I was interested in seeing if any of that was there. Because of that, I don't feel any way that we are somehow violating a significant procedural problem with not having it brought before us in 7 days, because after hearing everyone's testimony, I'm confident that even if we went back to square one and everybody did it again, I truly believe that there would be sufficient enough property owners, that they would say yes. So I am very much in favor of it. I think that it gives you great comfort in knowing that a community can come together as yours has and work towards an end and work hard, because I remember the night when everybody showed up in council chambers saying we wanted a historic district, and we had to say, sorry, you're going about it the wrong way. And I didn't particularly like that, but that was the way it was. But your vigilance prevailed. And I think tonight we finally have brought it to fruition where you're going to find that the vote's going to be in your favor. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Yes. Go ahead, please.
So there's a sense of how this is going. I would just like to add that when it's said and done, because when we're done voting, everyone's just going to run out the door. But I hope that there's a way for all of you to get together to heal and to mend the bridges. I hope you do that. I also hope that you elect a body to actually manage the CC&Rs so that in the future, we don't have a little more of the hodgepodge that's going on there, and that you do go back to the standard that Ruth Wilson had initiated and actually had created and wanted to see fulfilled. I don't know how many empty lots that are there. And Robin, your willingness to work with the other group to think about how to get granting and how to enhance affordable housing in that area, yet still meet the desired aesthetics that you would all like to see there. I think that'd be great if you could do that. We can't tell you to do that. We can't make you do that. We can ask you to do that, and hope that the other side is willing to reach across and mend it. You've got an incredible environment. You've got a beautiful community. It'll be enhanced when you're all pulling in the same direction.
So I'll go back to Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick and ask you what you are suggesting to have changes made to the motion itself, or to the resolution
Be
itself.
very quick, and I know it's anticlimactic, but we're here to make law, so, details matter. Number one, I mentioned plastic skylights. I think that should be deleted. It's going to be the difference between somebody's house burning down and not burning down. Believe me, it should be glass. It should not be plastic. An ember from a burning tree falls on a plastic skylight, goes through there, the house burns up. Otherwise, it could be fine. I just think that's in a fire area. You have a lot of trees there. Plastic skylight should be stricken. That's one of my suggestions.
That's fine.
Number two, 150-watt equivalent illumination is a little archaic in this day and age. That's a power going into something, not the coming out. I think what they meant was 2,200 lumens. I would suggest we go from measure of an output for clarity, went for deliberation and not input watts, so I would suggest 2,200. That's what that really means in terms of lumens. Third, frame materials of windows may be wood, metal, or vinyl. Technology is changing. I don't think the intent is to eliminate things that have the similar look and feel with new materials that may be coming down the pike, and would suggest that we change the language there to wood, metal, vinyl, or other material of similar appearance and conforming shape and with conforming shutters. I would suggest that, just for flexibility. And then finally, we can make whatever findings we want, right, Mr. City Attorney?
Any findings that you find are supported by the evidence and record before you?
I frankly find that I would, and I'm not going to ask that we spend a lot of time on this, but wonder if there's a friendly amendment on this, so you'll accept it. When you look at conditions I, J, and K that were not part of the staff, but were part of the San Buenaventura Associates findings, for example, I, it shall have historic, aesthetic, or special character or interest for the general public and not be limited in interest to a special group or person. I'm comfortable with that finding. J, its designation shall not require the expenditure by the city of any amount of money not commensurate with the value of the object to be preserved. I'm comfortable with that finding. And K, its designation should not infringe upon the rights of a private owner thereof to make any and all reasonable uses thereof which are not in conflict with the purposes of this chapter. I'm comfortable with that finding. Are you accepting those?
And those were the ones that weren't supported by our staff,
But
correct?
were-
I would like to maybe have staff explain why they didn't support those findings.
Do you have a problem if we, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All
I'll
right,
bring those
so
amendments.
do we have an amended motion?
Yes.
An amended second?
Yes, second.
And just to clarity's sake, the word resolution has been used a few times. What's before you is an ordinance, not a resolution. For introduction
I
tonight.
apologize.
No, no worries. Just wanted to make sure everyone understands. And that does also mean that it will be introduced tonight and brought back at your next meeting on the 13th for adoption.
Adoption, correct. Okay. All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes. All right. Thank you. That's
On a
right.
roll.
Thank you, everybody.
Mayor Blatz,
Yes.
may I just make a comment?
Yes.
There's a whole lot of us have been working a long time, and you've made us very proud of both the community we live in and the community as a larger sense of community. We knew when we went into this that it was the first time around, both for us and for the city. And we knew that we would be feeling our way, and we would be discovering a number of areas that needed clarification, that needed modifications, but we all persevered. Tremendous help from the staff, tremendous perseverance on the part of the community, and I think that you will, at this point in time, go back, look at the statutes, look to places where they can be clarified, look to ways to make it much easier the next time around a group comes to you looking for this kind of designation, and I think the entire city has just won. It's one of
Thank
the
you.
biggest win-wins
Thank
I've
you.
seen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, good sir.
And if you could... Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. If you could, we still have, yes, oh, you're very welcome. We're still in session. We have two more agenda items. So if you could kind of, you're welcome to go outside and talk, but we still have business to attend to. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Thanks
you.
for the history. Thank you. Made a difference for my
Thank
family.
you. All right. As soon as they get out.
So we can't thank you.
2 for 2 in the last couple of council
Well, how
meetings.
about that,
We're on a
huh?
roll, you guys. We're on a roll.
It won't last for long. It won't last for long. Okay. All right. We've got some people in the audience, and we have council. Because this is a special meeting, we don't need anything, any kind of a special motion to keep this going after 10:30. We now have a proposed for development, a term, we have a item number 2, which is proposal for development, a term sheet for potential water conservation, development standards, drafting-related code amendments, and drafting-related code amendment and drafting-related potential development moratorium ordinance. I have a feeling this could be a lengthy discussion. I would like to have the public input, but what is the pleasure of the council? Do you want to get public input and continue it, or shall we move on and get to the end of it? It's now 20 after, and we have a closed session.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind?
Yes.
I thought we were just going to have a proposal back from the city attorney on what he anticipated would be the cost to write an ordinance. I didn't believe that we were going to have a discussion about what we were going to have in it specifically. So if we could narrow this discussion to purely about the cost that would be incurred by the city to have the city attorney draft the ordinance so we can instruct him to proceed or not proceed, I think that would be appropriate. And also, I had a thought, since we had this discussion last week, that I know that the Community Development Director worked previously in Morro Bay that has a lot of these standards already in their city ordinances. And one of the things that we've done in the past, and you know this, Paul, we have had staff do quite a bit of the drafting and then have a city attorney review it after in order to save money. We've had a lot of attorney's fees this year, and I think it would be really prudent for us to have staff, and Kathleen, because of her knowledge in this matter to begin with, maybe somehow either work with Matt so it's quicker, or have her draft something real quickly, or have her draft something and submit it to him so that we narrow that expense. That's
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Actually, I like that a lot, and I'm going to extend it a little further. I'm not comfortable with the directing a city attorney to develop a term sheet. That's a policy bullet list. You know, you're supposed to implement policy, not make it. And I'm a little uncomfortable with that approach. I actually think it'd be better to have you, community development director, other people come together with a term sheet. That's how it's supposed to be. You develop a term sheet and you turn it over to the city attorney, because otherwise you're making a policy recommendation. And I'm a little uncomfortable with that, in particular, in that this is so broad. Water conservation development standards and potential development moratorium ordinance, that's quite broad. I know there's some people that were coming tonight that were going to speak on the moratorium issue in particular, even though they didn't have such a problem with development and development standards, and they're not here because it's been so late. And so I'm a little at sea here, where I want to proceed, but I wonder whether we should have a recommending group or come together with a term sheet as opposed to asking a city attorney to develop a term sheet. I think that's backwards.
Okay, let me ask our interim city manager and our city attorney, what are your thoughts on that?
This is entirely a question of policy for the council. It's a matter of speed. This was worded to enable you to accomplish what I understood was the expression, or the goal of Councilmember Clapp in asking for this item with the council's consent to be brought back.
Okay.
If you create that's why this was worded broadly. I'm not married to this approach. I will do exactly as you direct me, nothing more, nothing less.
Let's
But
hear from...
if I could,
Yeah, go ahead.
another sentence or two. If the goal is to pause development that would require new water service connections or expanded water service connections while you decide what your development standard should be, your water conservation development standard should be, then you would want me to do that for your next meeting. It would be a maximum 45-day moratorium at first. Then that buy you time to consider A, what development standards you'd like to have, B, how to develop them. You could then create a group to discuss it. You would have at some point be required to route it to the planning commission. Alternatively, if your goal is to have the broad policy conversation first, go slower, and would not necessarily require a moratorium, then I'd be happy to draft exactly the term sheet as developed by somebody else. There's a bit of a hybrid approach in here too, which would be ask me to bring back to your next meeting a moratorium on new development requiring new water service connections and or expanded water service connections. Then at that meeting, decide how you'd like to develop the proposal for a term sheet and how you want to structure that conversation. And I won't bring back anything with regard to development conservation standards. I understand the concern that you're expressing, Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, and this wasn't drafted in order to put me in the policy vein. This was in order drafted to respond to the concern, ask for speed. There's other ways to go.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Something happened along the way. I understood this to be purely a quote, because Councilman Wyrick was concerned that that we didn't have an idea of what it would cost to proceed with developing a standard. That was what my understanding was, this was the only reason that we were going to do this, because we didn't want to delay it, because if we were going to put a moratorium in place, we didn't want to do that until we knew what it was going to cost to do it. So that, it's kind of, we've gotten in, you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It kind of went into a big spiral here. And I think it is critical we have a moratorium until we develop these standards.
I don't think you're going to get anyone to agree with you on that, on this right now. At least I'm not agreeing with that. I would feel that staff could write a paper, bring it back to us, and let's have a public discussion regarding any type of moratorium in this community. And more importantly is, I'm not just going to go out and grab some other city's codes and throw them into ours. I want a discussion on how anything that we do affects our community. That's what I'm looking for. So
Well, I'm not suggesting that we pull in a boilerplate ordinance, but I think that it's not inappropriate to look at other ordinances in order to create one that works for our community.
Right.
All right, well, I'd like to hear what the public has to say. The first one is Stephen Foster, and I don't see Steve out there.
Nope, he went home.
All right, but I do see Michael Shapiro. And if you want to whatever you were going to say, if you want to pipe in on our discussion, we'd welcome it.
Yeah, I appreciate the dilemma. Michael Shapiro, Fairview Court. I was in LA all day today, and I basically came from there to here. So, and I
Bless
never,
your blood pressure.
Yeah, I didn't even know until the last minute about the agenda tonight. So, listen, in a broad stroke way, of course, given the crisis that we're facing, that all of you acknowledge, we certainly need to revisit development standards today, and they'll reflect the new reality, and they have to. So this is, if this particular proposal includes that, of course, it's something that's very positive and very necessary. I will say that even though the city does not have the power to look at codifying development beyond the city limits, it would, I think, behoove the city to try to coordinate that standard with the powers that be that are outside the city limits, because we're just, a small part of this great valley, the greater valley, and it would behoove us to try to get all on the same page, and that would require a lot of coordination between yourselves and county supervisor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if that's possible to do as part of the proposal, I would recommend it for sure. But there are certainly lots of things to consider in terms of new development standards. Ray Powers showed me earlier on the net. There's a major brewery up north that is actually using gray water entirely for its brewery. And I'm not talking about toilet water. I'm talking sinks and shower, that kind of thing, And I mean, who knew, right? And it's absolutely winning awards. The beer is fine. And I mean, I'd never thought of that and never heard of it until I saw it tonight on the internet. I'll send you the site. So there's so many things that could be done that we don't know about. We're just discovering them. And I know a number of you are just discovering them as well. So it's, I don't know about the legal aspects of this. Moratorium, yes. I mean, I think until there's an updated code to reflect the reality of our shortage of water, I think I can speak for myself. I don't know what the Water Trust, we're meeting tomorrow evening, but I think they would say yes, a moratorium on development until we understand what kind of upgrade on codes are needed to reflect the reality of the shortage of water. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Craig Beam had a card, but I don't see Craig. Ted Moore, I don't see Ted. Valerie James. And then somebody by the name of Colin. No? All right. Who else wants to talk?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think perhaps we're all a little hung up on the recommendation in terms of the recommendation to develop a term sheet. City Attorney and I both agree that's really not the proper language here. I think the direction that the council gave at the August 23rd meeting was for the city attorney to come back with some options, as the city attorney normally does, about potential water conservation development standards et cetera, options on a development moratorium ordinance. And the issue that, if I remember, that was raised by Mr. Summers on the evening of August 23rd was that his contract with the city, the retainer does not cover this type of work. It's considered a special project work. I think that was really the driving force behind getting, for why this had to be on the agenda, was that the city attorney felt that he needed that approval from the council if he was going to do that work. Correct.
So nothing should have been done Nothing should have been done until the cost issue was
Correct.
resolved, which is what we were
nothing has
supposed,
been
that
done.
was purely what we were supposed to do.
Correct. I
So,
agree with that.
So
So
that's
I-
what the discussion was for, which is why I'm saying maybe the way to do it, in order to defer some of the cost, is have Matthew work with Kathleen Wald, or maybe Kathleen Wald could, I know she's extremely busy, I don't want to dump much more work on her, but there's a way to make it, to expedite it, so that we minimize the expense outside of our retainer. That's all I'm saying.
Understand that
I
suggestion.
would like to have some sort of an idea what the expense is.
So my estimate to put together both a draft development moratorium and a range of options, thank you, Interim City Manager McCleary, range of options is better language than term sheet. I don't want to recommend a single policy to you. I want to give you guys options, because that's not my role to direct a single policy. My estimate of the total time to do that would be between 12 and 15 hours, $185 an hour, max of $2,775. And I'm very much more than happy to, as always, work with staff carefully, but even more so to be the reviewer, not the drafter, the second read, not the first read, on something put together. Particularly, the moratorium doesn't take that long to draft. We've done this in Sierra Madre. In fact, they have a moratorium on all development for the next 5-ish years. They're also a water provider, and they have no water. So they're in a different situation. So that won't take very long. The time would be the developing of a range of options for the water conservation drought standards. And that I'm happy to work with staff to reduce the time as much as possible to be, as always, as efficient as we can be.
Okay. Any thoughts on a cost of $3,000 for this?
No, I don't have a problem actually with the money. I do have a problem with, there's two things here. There's development standards and moratorium. They're two different things. And I have gotten a lot of concern from constituents about moratorium. Not development standards, but moratorium.
So have I.
Unintended consequences. People who've been in moratorium said, if you're not careful, you're not going to, so here's my concern. One, a thought process. Let's say we had a moratorium and we had the proposal came in to expand the hospital.
It's all,
There'd be, you're
the
talking.
devil's
about-
entirely in the details.
The devil is in the details. That's the problem with moratorium.
Well, and that's,
The devil's in the details. All right, number one. Number two, you don't want to stop development that saves water.
that also fits in the devil in the details.
Number three, we're 4.44 miles, square miles, which is less than 15% of the area of the Ojai area of interest. And less than 30% of the population, less than 15% of the land area. The people I've talked to that know about these things say it's more symbolic than impactful. In other words, we need to do things that actually make a difference. And when you're looking at a regulation like a moratorium, you got to look at the benefit and the cost. We're spending time on arguing about something that actually, according to the experts I've talked to, doesn't really have an impact in terms of solving our water problem because of the size of the city and the low level of building activity. And so I guess what I have a problem with in any way endorsing the idea of going forward with a moratorium, and I'm drawing a very sharp distinction with development standards until we really have thought through what that means and what we want it to do. And I tell you, I've talked to, people that know what they're saying, it's not going to make a difference. Other things will, but not this one. And we need to work on things that are going to make a difference.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think the confusion is the moratorium we were speaking of was purely a moratorium until the development standards were written and adopted. We're not talking about a moratorium on building. It was just a moratorium while the standards were being built, created.
A moratorium on what?
On any new construction permits, maybe you could voice it.
I mean, it would very much depend, again, on exactly what the council adopts.
Right.
Just going to be for that. That was my understanding.
The council has the power to impose an initial moratorium for 45 days. It then has the power to extend it either for a full 10 months, 15 days, then another year, total 2 years, or else 45 days up front, and then the full balance of 2 years, or any shorter period than there. Those are your options. The first one is just 45 days, and then you have to extend it from there.
Yes, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that the discussion was to have the moratorium in place so that we had these development standards in place until we had the development standards adopted. And
That could also be structured.
Right, and then the moratorium is lifted. So it's not a moratorium that's necessarily going to go out for a year, 2 years, or 5 years like Sierra Madre. It's purely for this period of time, this window in which we don't have these development standards. Give us the opportunity to get them written, adopted, and then remove it so that anything that comes in will have to meet those guidelines and those requirements.
That is another option of the council. You can structure it to automatically lift.
One, I've got a question. How long do you think, and obviously we're the deliberating board, so it's hard to tell, it's up to us, but from your standpoint, to get some development standards to us with options, assuming that we were able to move on it as quickly as possible, which would be 1 or 2 meetings probably. We have to have public input. Probably has to go to the planning commission, doesn't it? So how many months are we talking about between us saying we want some development standards written up and the time that it actually might go into effect?
The fastest timeline I would expect, knowing Ojai's processes, would be the council would at one meeting say, this sounds good, move forward with option B of A through D. You kick that to the planning commission. The planning commission agenda packet deadline and the time for staff to process it a bit, figure the next meeting about 2 weeks later. Then the planning commission deliberates, assuming they can move in one meeting. Then it comes back to council. Remember that your agenda packets are due about 2 weeks ahead of your meeting. So now we're looking at about a month. Add 2 weeks for the council meeting. That would be the first reading of the ordinance, because this has to be built in the zoning ordinance to accomplish the goals that have been articulated. And then another 2 weeks for the second meeting, second reading, and then 30 days to take effect. Add it all up, 2.5 to 3 months.
3 months.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You can always have special meetings, could you not?
Yes, you could.
So you can speed up the process. We're
Special
not married
meetings
to
can
that.
speed up those
Right.
agenda timelines.
Right. And if we really are, as a council, is concerned about water as we claim to be, 3 months delay in anybody that wants to bring forward a project is really not.
Okay.
I mean, well, we could speed it up to be, 6 weeks, 8 weeks at the most? So for 2 months?
You could speed it up to be between 6 and 8 weeks if you were willing to schedule special meetings
Right.
very quickly.
Okay.
I would just like to add something, okay? First of all, we're talking about standards. I don't know where you're pulling the standards out of your hat, but to create something for this community is going to take longer than 6 weeks. You need to get the thoughtful people in this community together to talk about this and to create this, not just, again, go copy someone else's standards or think that we're just going to rush something through because now we have a 6-week deadline. Seriously, I'm just not going to go for that. I want something that's thoughtful, that's careful, that's considerate, and creates a value for our community, not a knee-jerk action of, oh my God, the world's coming to an end, shut this down. I'm just speaking from my mind on that. I'm not going to go for that.
Well, I thought you were concerned about it taking so long. I mean, I'm more than I think it's much better to take a longer period of time.
I
But
take as long as
was
it's
under the
long.
impression that
And in the
you thought it was.
And in the interim, I don't see any reason to have a moratorium until we discuss that moratorium with the citizens of this community. And we get those same people coming back to us and articulating their thoughts on it.
Councilman Lara?
Mayor Blatz, I think it is important, like Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, to draw a distinction between the moratorium and the development standard. I think that I have no issue with the money. I think it's important enough matter that we need to either Mr. Summers, whoever the council wants to work with staff, but I don't think it has to be put on just staff's plate. I think if we want to develop standards that apply just to Ojai, we're going to have to put some money into it, whether it's Mr. Summers or someone else. But I think that it is important to move that along and put it to the Planning Commission. And in terms of moratoriums, I do understand, Councilmember Clapp, that we do have a water issue right now, but in my opinion, we live in a 4.2 square mile area that we don't have that many developments happening. So I think it is symbolic, just like Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick says, and I think that we should just move on with directing, whether it be the city attorney to work with staff to develop a term sheet. I have no issue with that. I think it's important enough matter that we need to move this process along, because I think it's going to take a while.
I'm going to circle around and say that what we need to do is to take measures that have impact. And we have to discipline ourselves to be analytical about what's going to make a difference. And right now, what Councilman Haney and I suggested at the beginning of the meeting, that's going to have impact, because the only way you stop 1/3 of our reservoir from leaving the valley is to have the city of Ventura be able to deliver to the city of Ventura some state water, rather than having that 1/3 leave the lake. So we're not going to do that. We voted not to do that tonight, but Councilman Haney and I are going to sign the letter individually and proceed with that anyway. That has impact. That makes a difference. That is time sensitive. And Mr. Baggerly testified at our hearing that conservation doesn't solve our crisis. And we need to address how to get to our crisis solution in the short run, medium run, long run. And so, to me, if putting a lot of energy and time with maybe some unintended consequences into a moratorium that isn't going to have a lot of impact compared to trying to work with other agencies valley-wide, making sure the Ojai area plan is focused on in terms of resource sustainability, getting state water as a ability to take delivery of what we've been paying for decades and not being able to take delivery of the first gallon for, and things like long-term tactics for working with other agencies on saying, guys, stop the de minimis exceptions for your wells. Getting which they're still doing. And all these groundwater agencies, they're still some people are still not having their wells metered. We can take immediate positions that have impact, far more impact than a sort of blanket development moratorium that isn't well thought out. So I think we should have development standards. For example, I want to have this council give direction to our public works that we're not going to do another street overlay program without including some stormwater retention design in those streets. Those are cost-effective approaches we can take immediately without unintended consequences. Targeted, specific, impactful. So that's what I have an interest in doing, and so I think guidelines for our public works department, taking a stand on things like the de minimis exceptions on metering of wells for the entire valley, communicating that to our agencies. And developing standards, maybe doing something innovative like a sort of net neutrality type mitigation bank that we heard stories about, we heard testimony about, innovative ways of providing development, but smart development that helps solve the problem. So that's my thinking. I just want to get it out there. It's late at night, it's almost midnight, but I'm frustrated because I don't want I kind of got the implication that if we're serious, we have to do this. No, if we're serious, we take measures that are impactful, that mean something. That's where I'm coming from.
Anybody else? The problem that I have with the moratorium is that it's a penalty to our citizens that are in such a small, we don't have a lot of development anyway, but it's a penalty to our citizens that are only within this 4.5 square miles, with very little impact on the overall big scheme of things. So that's my problem with the moratorium, and I would not be in favor of, at any time, a blanket moratorium. I might be able to see if things, if we can't get this thing done with some sort of a limited moratorium on certain types of development. But I don't think that, I tend to agree with Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick that, telling people they can't put a guest house in Ojai, when across the street they could, is not really going to have much of an effect on our water situation. What's going to have an effect is us to come up with these development standards, get them enacted, and then also try to deal with the agencies that really do have control over their water, to work with us and understand the critical situation we're in.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
With all due respect, we have a proposal coming before the city for a 40-room hotel and a brewery, which requires 5 barrels of water for every barrel of water brewed. If we don't have a moratorium and that project comes before us and gets approved, which it could possibly get approved, it may or may not, we have no ability to have any requirements for any water preservation standards on that project. Putting a moratorium, a brief moratorium on for 6 to 8 weeks while these development standards, or longer, if that's what the council thinks is better for the community, is not going to make or break whether or not that project gets built, but it could potentially have a huge impact on how much water gets used by that project. A 40-room hotel and a brewery. So, yeah, we're not talking a guest house here or a guest house there or a house here or a house there. We're talking about a project that's coming before this community that is going to be a huge demand on our water system, where we already have people not being able to water but 1 day a week for 10 minutes, unless it's a fruit tree.
Right. But a moratorium implies we are going to be talking about the guest house or the pool house or somebody who wants to put another bathroom in their house.
And
a
it may be
moratorium
delayed,
implies that.
Yeah, but it may be a couple months. They just have to delay the project a couple of months.
Okay.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes.
For the interest of time, I think I'm willing to throw in a motion and see if I could get a second. Direct the city attorney with the help of staff to develop a term sheet for potential water conservation development standards.
A second for discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Summers said that he wasn't comfortable doing a term sheet. He said he was more comfortable giving us options, correct?
Yeah, what I would understand such a motion to be, if it did secure a second, is the task and the deliverable would be to work with staff, certainly Ms. Wold, likely Mr. Grant as well, Mr. McClary, and develop a menu of options, any one of which could become a term sheet, but not a single, this is what you must do, but rather, and those options will be developed from the ideas that we've discussed before, the ideas that came from the public, whatever ideas we come up with in our research, and of course, what we have seen other cities do. We'll bring them to you as options, and then you can select from that menu of options.
That's what I understood as being the term sheet, options.
Okay.
That's how I understand that request.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All right.
And
we have yes.
I was just going to ask, would you, there was a second, Councilwoman Clapp seconded. Councilperson Clapp. And at which meeting would you want this brought forward?
I'd say at the next meeting in which you can have it finished. If it's the next meeting, we want it the next meeting.
Given the lateness of the hour, I would expect that the next meeting, which is on the 13th, the agenda deadline is Thursday.
Yeah.
Why don't
That
we
may
say
be
no
tough.
later than the last meeting in September?
That would be fine. We would be.
No later than.
Yeah, we can definitely bring these forward to you at the September
Okay.
27th meeting.
Later than.
Roll call, please.
That's doable.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes. Now, I do want to have a discussion, though, on the moratorium, so we could either, it's on the agenda, so we need to decide it. And I have a question on, and maybe somebody on the council can answer it, maybe Councilman Haney. There might be some merit, depending on, and correct me here, because I'm not real versed on the terms that we're using here. But to use the example that Councilwoman Clapp used of a 40-room hotel with a brewery and a swimming pool and all that goes along with it, that would be at an existing location. And I presume that that existing location might have a water meter already?
It does.
They already have a water meter.
Okay. So is there a size to that water meter that would be sufficient for?
I'm sure they have 2 meters coming on that property. One's going to be a fire service and one's going to be a domestic irrigation.
Okay.
Or a domestic water
So
line.
if we were, is there any interest at considering a moratorium for properties that are going to have a service of a certain size meter, that so that we're only going to be talking about, major developments? Is there any interest in beginning to think about that? It wouldn't eliminate single-family homes, perhaps. It would not eliminate a guest house. It wouldn't eliminate a pool house, an extra bathroom. But it would put into place a moratorium on projects like the one that Councilwoman Clapp has brought up. And I find some merit in that if that project is going to go forward, I think we want to have some water conservation measures and permeable pavement and all those kinds of things, incorporate all of the innovative things that, from capturing rainwater and all that kind of thing. I think that would be the kind of project that we would definitely want to insist be incorporated into the design, but we don't have any standards to cause them to have to do it now.
Mayor Blatz, Mayor Blatz, it is an intriguing idea, but in my experience, it's hard to tell what size certain buildings have, or residents. I've been in a residence that have a pretty big, 2-inch line that doesn't go with their residence, but somehow they have it in there, and with unintended,
If I could jump in,
I
there would be ways to structure a moratorium to capture larger commercial developments. I would suggest looking at it as expected water usage by certain zones, perhaps by size of line, you could always include a straight-up exemption for any single-family residence. There's ways to capture this goal without focusing too much on any one particular project, which of course isn't before the council. And if and when it becomes before the council will make your decision solely on the merits as presented to you that evening.
Well, I'd be inclined to go along with something like this, but I'd still like to talk to the building safety officials, still like to have Kathleen weigh in. I'd still like to have those people take a look at what we're talking about and get their input on it. I'm not against it, although there is a service existing, there's 2 services existing, and they had that water allocation for how many years? So again, are we penalizing someone that's already had something in place, or are we going to look at completely new development from a different perspective? So I'd be willing to look at all of that.
All I'm suggesting is maybe we should have Matt consider putting something together for us along those lines that it still provides us with maybe something that does have some conservation aspect to it, without being, overly reaching. That's the only thing I was thinking.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, it did have a prior use. It was a bowling alley, and I have a sneaking suspicion the bowling alley used a lot less water than a 40-room hotel and a brewery. Another thing, just to throw another stick in the spokes, which I'm wont to do, we have before us right now 4 pools being put in. That's another question I have. Do we right now think it is appropriate to be issuing permits for pools?
That particular question is not on tonight's agenda. Sorry.
It's using
That's
water.
a little bit too far. I think
Why is that too far?
the council can't decide tonight that it wants to impose a moratorium on new pools. At most, the council could tonight decide that you'd like to have me draft and bring back for your next meeting a moratorium on new pools. So perhaps
Why is that different? Because it's
there's a
construction.
nuance there.
Why is it different?
It's the same as anything else. Perhaps I should rephrase my sentence. Tonight's discussion is whether you would like me to draft something to bring back to your next meeting, not whether you want to impose it tonight or not. You can't impose it tonight.
No, I'm not saying oppose
Okay.
it tonight. I'm talking about also having that.
Would you like that added in?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
saying, is it something that we should also consider in, if we were going to have a moratorium and have it be for large development? Would pools be something we should also maybe consider right now? Because I don't know how much water goes in a pool, but it's a lot of water. And so
10,
that
20,000
may be
gallons.
another- I'm
Well,
throwing
well,
that
what
out
other-
as a
but-
question
but
to my.
The other thing, what other
colleagues.
communities are doing in the permitting process is they're telling you to import your own water on the first fill. So again, there's ways that people can do these things, and there's water purveyors out there in areas that aren't affected like we are, that are willing to do that, so.
Well, maybe that's something that could be a requirement, and we could have a moratorium on the pool permits until that policy is created where they have to import it from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it
Mayor Pro
can't
Tem
be
Lyric?
from a farmer rancher in the East End.
I just want to express my willingness to consider a meter size and pool
Okay.
moratorium. In particular, I'm not sure what my feeling is going to be or what my vote is going to be, but I'm willing to consider that. The issue with pools is even on the first fill, Councilman Haney, you know how much evaporation leaves every day.
Yeah,
on a hot day.
but the,
And
but again.
unless
the way-
they have a cover, you can mandate a cover, and then how do you regulate that?
But
So-
that's what I'm trying to say is, again, in
No.
the discussion of what you're trying to accomplish, there's a multitude of ways of getting around evaporation. One is a cover, one's a bubble cover. There's lots of
And
things.
then how do you ensure that? But I guess what I'm trying to say is, I just want to express my support. I'd be willing to consider something limited to those details.
Okay. Do you need
And,
to?
and I'd just like to close with one thing. I'm not a licensed pool contractor, so I don't want to convey that I'm looking out for my own best interest here. I have a C-27, not a C-57.
Do you need a motion on that, or do you have direction to draft?
I'll ask if there's any opposition, and I'll outline how I understand my marching orders.
All right. Why don't you outline what you think, and
And do
then
that to celebrate the midnight hour.
Right, there we go. We'll ring in the
just
new
about ready to
day.
hit the,
As I understand the direction, it's to draft a moratorium for the
Proposed.
council to consider, draft moratorium, for the council to consider this could be done for your next meeting on the 13th, to pause development on larger commercial projects with the meter size trigger for projects that would, and even projects that have a meter now, but would be expected to use this large amount of water, and we'll fill in the numbers, and on new pools, or pool fillings, that is, and excluding new single-family residences, excluding additions, modifications, amendments, et cetera, to new single-family residences. Those would not be affected, and thus excluding second units and guest houses, those items. And then it would be for 45 days from the date of adoption.
Okay.
That's my understanding of what you would like me to draft.
Is anybody opposed to that?
And just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, and then, because Mr. Haney is concerned about making sure that the community has full participation in this, and it may take a bit longer than 45 days, there is the opportunity to extend the moratorium until we do come to an agreement as to what the policy will be.
And that extension,
Well,
both the adoption and the extension require 4/5 vote. at,
Right.
actually, now that I think about it, the first time you, the first time you don't need a public hearing,
But-
the extension needs a public hearing.
Right, but the moratorium itself, that would be 45 days,
Correct.
would only go in effect after full public hearing
Right.
at both the Planning Commission and here.
Oh, that's true.
So-
That's true.
Wait, no. The moratorium takes effect the night you adopt it,
Right.
if you have a four-fifths
Right, but
vote.
we're going to have hearings before we adopt it.
No, there would not be a notice public hearing. I mean, it would be a council meeting, but there would be no, you wouldn't have mailed notice of the public hearing.
No, but I mean, we're going to have it as a discussion item.
Yes, it's an agenda item. The distinction I'm drawing is, a notice public hearing requires mailed notice 10 days ahead of the hearing.
Right.
Something on your regular agenda is just the 3 days Brown Act notice.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to bring it back as a discussion item, and what you're saying is we can't then, if we're not comfortable at that point in time, send it to planning and let planning have it as a discussion item on one of their agenda items? You're saying we can't do that?
No, the moratorium, if you want to adopt it
Right.
that night, you can adopt it that night. If you don't want to adopt it and you want to debate it, you can kick it to planning commission, have them debate it.
that's what we're
Those are
saying.
both options. Yeah, you don't.
That's what we're saying.
Sorry, you're not required, but. you
Required
would-
to adopt it,
The
that's
keys, you're not.
We can.
You can adopt it that night, and you could also kick it to planning commission.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, one more quick,
Yeah.
when is that going to come back? Next meeting?
So as I understand the direction, the moratorium will come back in the next meeting with the caveats we've discussed, while the development standards options set would come back the following meeting.
Okay?
Yeah,
All right.
that sounds great.
No opposition? All right,
I will
great.
do it.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We now have a closed session, so we're going to adjourn to the closed session. The closed session is Public Employees Performance Evaluation under Government Code Section 54-957, title Interim City Manager. Thank you again, everyone, for being here.
Night.
So we're going to adjourn to closed session.